have the regular.
You get back? Yep, no problem. Oops, 602. Hello, how are you? How's it going? Good. You want the high chair? I have the low chair.
How is it? Did Cleve, can you guys tell Cleve greased these babies for us?
Really?
You're gonna get a vaccine
Oh,
or
I can.
a low chair? The baby
And
chair.
is anything
Now
teed
we
up
want
and
it.
ready to go for 3 o'clock? Yes. Yeah.
I didn't do any switching. I'm just going to get a chair. Well, they're not modern. Did you lose your glasses? I hope they work. Oh, they don't look bad. Hope they work.
It's good thing they're not the red ones.
These are my oldest glasses that I have managed to keep, and they're so scratched.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Can't lose them.
But yeah, they're perfect.
Okay, well, it is 3 o'clock on Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. We are the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could we get a roll call, please, Noah?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Here.
Councilmember Tice?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Yeah.
All are present.
All righty. We're having a closed session first, I believe. We'll go into closed session, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Administrator. Next order of business will be conference with labor negotiations, Government Code Section 54957.6, designated representative, Mayor Pro Tem Bobby Richards, and City Attorney. Unrepresented employee, City Administrator. We will be returning, we will coming out of closed session at 3:30, go on a field trip. We'll be back here at 4:30, conduct our normal course of business.
Did you ask for public comment?
I'm
Mayor?
sorry, yeah. Does anybody in the public want to comment on items that is relevant to the closed session? I don't see
There's
anybody.
no
All right.
speakers.
We will now go to closed session.
So,
You guys can go downstairs or stay
Yeah,
here?
let's go downstairs. I'd rather go downstairs. Yeah.
downstairs.
4:30. It is still October 4th, 2022. We are still the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Call this meeting to order. Nova, could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Here.
Councilmember Tice?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Here.
All are present.
All righty, why don't we go ahead and have the Pledge of Allegiance. Max, would you lead us in the pledge today, please? Thank you.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Max. Well done. All righty, why don't we go on then and move on to extraordinary businesses, proclamations. We have a Childhood Cancer Awareness Week. Jeff, would you be good enough to read that? I appreciate that.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea declaring October 3rd to the 7th, 2022 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Week. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection report that cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in more than 16,000 of our country's young people each and every year. And whereas 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses his or her battle with cancer, many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. An estimated 400,000 children and adolescents are diagnosed with cancer globally each year. And whereas founded nearly 30 years ago by Stephen Firestein, a member of the philanthropic Max Factor Cosmetics family, the American Cancer Fund for Children, Inc., and Kids Cancer Connection, Inc., along with Lions Clubs International, are dedicated to helping these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide a variety of vital patient psychosocial services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, Stanford, Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula, Montage Health, Cottage Children's Medical Center, Valley Children's Healthcare and Hospital, the City of Hope National Medical Center, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsored toy distributions, family sailing programs, pet-assisted therapy, Laughter Noon, Laughter is Healing, KCC Supercar Experience, positive appearance programs, educational programs, and hospital celebrations in honor of a child's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Jeff Barron, on behalf of Dave Potter, Mayor of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Carmel, hereby declare October 3rd through the 7th, 2022, as Childhood Cancer Awareness Week.
Jeff, thank you for doing that. It's always difficult for me, having lost my sister many years ago to childhood leukemia, so thank you. Appreciate it. Marnie, did you want to speak to the person who's receiving it? I think we have somebody present in the audience. No, but do we have somebody in the audience?
There's a lot of people in the audience,
Amy Firestein.
but I don't see her name. So.
All right. All right, well, we will give it to her then in the proper manner. Thank you. All right, next item under extraordinary business is extraordinary. It's to receive a presentation on street addresses, discuss, then we'll come to discussion, we'll take public input, provide some preliminary discussion to staff, but there'll be no positive action taken tonight. Marnie, did you want to cue this up, or do you want to go straight to it?
We'll have Emily
Okay.
from our office.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Going to be coming up on line.
All right, Emily, come on up. Floor is yours, welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Emily Garay, and I'm an administrative analyst for the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I'm here today to present on the Council Priority Project item of street addresses. Street addresses and mail delivery, two separate topics. Firstly, the city and its staff want to clarify that it views and classifies street addresses and mail delivery as two very separate topics. In the city's exploration of a street address program, the city does not intend to develop or implement mail delivery in Carmel-by-the-Sea. Based on council's priorities, staff aims to explore a street address program only that would be limited to systems that assign an address or identifying designation to buildings and houses in the city. What that identifying system would look like is something that city staff looks to council for direction for future research. Secondly, the city is not exploring mail delivery at this time. If I may, the storied history of street addresses in Carmel-by-the-Sea merits a brief review of its history in the city. Tradition and preservation of the city's charm, unique look, and culture have been at the forefront of its governing body and residents' preference in the past to reject implementing a street addressing system. In its 100-year history, Carmel-by-the-Sea has not implemented a formal street address system. In 1929, a zoning law was passed stating that business development should forever be subordinate to the residential character of the community, a concept that's still deeply held by residents and the city's governing body, as that ordinance is still framed behind council and the dais today. The uniqueness and charm of Carmel-by-the-Sea has long been attributed to its residents and its governing body for championing the vision of a town in a pine forest. There are no numbers on the exterior walls of houses, no displayed numbering system identifying a particular house or building. Residents and business owners often use signs to make their house or building identifiable by someone from the street. With signs in front of houses displaying a particular phrase, name of the house, or resident's last name. But the absence of street addresses is perhaps more obvious when one attempts to have their GPS route them to a particular house or building in the city. Unsurprisingly, adopting a formal address system has been considered before and met with varying degrees of opinions, with people in support of street address implementation and people opposed to street address implementation. Both stances and every opinion voiced in between have demonstrated the active engagement of council and residents in local government throughout Carmel-by-the-Sea's history with the topic of street addresses. In 1926, city trustees passed an ordinance for house numbering of Carmel-by-the-Sea properties. The ordinance was passed by unanimous vote, but the city did not implement or enforce the posting of house numbers. Ultimately, in 1940, the house number ordinance was officially repealed and the notion of implementing street addresses was abandoned. To this day, residents continue strolling to the local post office to pick up their mail and catch up with friendly faces. And the tradition of workarounds in naming houses continues. So why is the topic before council today? Council placed the topic of street addresses on its council priority project list for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. And in working through that list, with consideration for community feedback and concerns, city staff has begun diligently researching street addresses, its history in Carmel-by-the-Sea, and starting a dialogue with the Carmel postmaster. Some of the concerns residents have voiced relate to public safety and complications with financial and governmental institutions. Challenges of not having street addresses that the city has heard from residents include public safety. In emergency situations, fire trucks carrying emergency medical personnel or ambulances may not easily find a particular house or building. Some blocks have clearly distinguishable parcels, where it's easier to count the 3, the 4, or the 5, northeast or southeast of a corner, while others may not be as clear. An example is a corner facing a cross street. In emergency situations, even a minute lost may have major effects on health and recovery. Another concern has been with emergency response personnel. Another concern residents have voiced at a city council meeting previously is a concern for safety when house alarms have sounded and emergency personnel responds to the wrong house, asking residents for directions on how to find a descriptive address. Next is changing requirements from financial and governmental institutions. Post 9/11, financial institutions' requirements for due diligence and verification processes for personal identification, including proof of a physical address, were increased by requirements of the Patriot Act, which was replaced in 2015 by the USA Freedom Act. Governmental entities such as the DMV applying for a real ID entails meeting new federal regulation requirements, including providing a verifiable physical address. The city itself had to go through a painstaking process in order to secure emergency federal funds during the COVID-19 pandemic, because federal rules and regulations required a verifiable street address. I've spoken with a longtime resident and business owner that detailed changing California Secretary of State business filing requirements and how it frustratingly delayed what should have been routine paperwork for a business that has been in operation for decades in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea because of the verifiable physical address requirement. In terms of being findable, residents have expressed complications, delays, and lost packages because the delivery driver can't find the house to make the delivery. While experienced drivers know the unique grid of the city, and there are workarounds, like letting a neighbor know their package arrived at your house and walking it over. But sometimes there are new drivers, and those workarounds may not be ideal or even possible if the package contains life-saving or life-sustaining medical prescriptions, as a resident has previously expressed at a city council meeting. And ease of access to utilities. Well, having internet or cable installed doesn't quite compare to the danger of not being findable in a medical emergency. It can still be a frustrating and long process to have a company come out to install these basic modern utilities. In order to work through the extensive process and research that would be required for street address implementation, the city has identified critical elements it advises to parse through for clarity to council and the public. One of the most critical and fundamental elements to exploring street addresses in the city should be clear communication with the United States Postmaster, USPS Postmaster. That leads to an official answer about whether street address implementation would trigger an automatic implementation of mail delivery outside of the intentions of the city. And city staff has been working diligently to secure a meeting with the Carmel Postmaster. City staff would research the possibility that street address implementation could compel the unwanted outcome of mail delivery in the city. City staff has considered research into non-traditional addressing systems, such as Google Plus codes, that use location keys that represent street addresses as alphanumeric codes based on latitude and longitude to make locations, buildings, and houses findable with a short number letter sequence. A crucial component into Google Plus codes is whether Google Plus codes addresses would be considered equivalent to standard street addresses and serve as a solution to residents' concerns and challenges. Summarily, to summarize, city staff would research the following: work with USPS administration to receive official language or notification on whether street address implementation compels the USPS to require mail delivery. If mail delivery is required by USPS upon implementing addresses, this is a critical element, and staff would pause and update City Council immediately. What is considered an official record of address? Directional or numerical that is recognized by the county, USPS, and internet mapping such as Google. In conclusion, city staff looks to council for direction on how to proceed. Option 1, the priority project list item of street addresses has been satisfactorily covered, and city staff takes no further action. Option 2, council advises on critical elements or benchmarks for city staff to research and present on at a future time before exploring a street address program development. In final thoughts, the city purposely began covering this topic in small steps. with a review of tradition and history of street addresses in Carmel-by-the-Sea, as it recognizes the city's storied and revered history with council and resident engagement on the topic, as well as support for the local post office and what it means to Carmel-by-the-Sea residents. Any questions?
Thank you, Emily. Are there any questions by Emily by council members at this time? I see no one. Emily, thank you. Stay tuned. We'll open it up for the public now.
Oh.
We'll go to the members of the public that are in this room now. Though anybody in the room wishing to speak to this topic now. If you do, there's a 3-minute limit on the citation on your testimony. I appreciate if you'd state your name for the record. Is there anybody wishing to come forward? Come right ahead. Welcome.
First of all, thank you, Emily, for a very thorough report. It was very enlightening to me because I've not heard this information before. Mayor Potter and council members, my name is Betty Marudo. I live at Mountain View in Guadalupe. And so being on a corner, addresses are very important to me, and it's an issue that I've spoken to several of you about, and I feel really strongly about the fact that we need to move forward into the 21st century with having our actual addresses. And from the report, it sounds to me as if this hasn't been totally addressed since 1940, and we certainly have progressed into the 21st century with more digital kinds of things, and with Amazon and everyone ordering online, it has made it very difficult for packages to be received. I know that the post office has the address, and we've been using that for probably 5 years. And in the past year, I probably had 10 packages returned because the sender inadvertently forgot to put my P.O. box, which is not the P.O. box's fault or the post office's fault, but it certainly does complicate the process. We'd also appreciate the opportunity for our service people and other folks that need to find our house, be able to find it more quickly and more easily. Usually I just stand out in the street and wait for them so that I can direct them to my driveway and make sure that they find our home. I just feel really strongly about the whole issue, and I would hope that the council will take the opportunity to maybe look at the full community. I know that the Carmel Residents Association has kind of given their opinion about not having addresses. And I'd just like to point out that there's over 800 members of that group. They've never asked my opinion, and I doubt that they've asked the other 800. Maybe they've asked and talked about it on their board, but they certainly haven't asked my opinion. And I know many neighbors who have not had their opinion asked. And I've mentioned that to Nancy Toomey and a few of the folks that are on the group, and asked them if they want our money and for us to be a part of the organization, they should be asking for our opinion, as I feel that the city should be too in this kind of a situation where I'm willing to say if the rest of the community does not want to change from the tradition, and by the way, I totally respect our tradition and the quaintness of our village and everything else, and I think there's a way that we can do this without taking that away. And so I thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Come forward.
Hi, my name is Betty Koulis. I live at Monteverde Street, 1 northeast of 3rd. If you're a person that counts only houses that face Monteverde Street, I'm at 1. If you count from the corner, which a lot of people do, then I'm at 2. So if I tried to get something delivered, I have to decide who's going to be delivering it. Both UPS and DHL have been instructed to count from the corner. So I never get anything delivered correctly. The last time that I spoke to you, I was at your strategy meeting, and I heard from both Carrie and from Karen afterwards, so I know you understand a lot of what my personal issues were. So I just wanted to make a few comments today to kind of add to the presentation that you just had, a little bit more refinement. About a week ago, I got a copy of The Voice, which is the Carmel Residents Association newsletter. It's 7.5 pages long. 2 full pages are devoted to workarounds to how to get something delivered to your house. Over 25% of this document is how do you get if we only had numbers, it would be 1 line. Deliver it to 422 Monteverde Street would be really easy. So I'm not really sure how this doesn't raise red flags for anybody who reads it. I don't want to be rude, but it's just hard for me to understand. I just want to make a few comments. One of the things they suggest is that you use your house's name when you get something delivered. You put your name, like if your name, house's name, mine is Almost Heaven. I didn't pick that. That was what was on the house. The problem is only 3% of the houses in town have names. 10% of those are duplicates. 18 have the same name, by the sea. So using your house name is only going to help, 3% of the people in town. One of the other things that they suggest is get to know your neighbors, so that when something gets delivered incorrectly to one of your neighbors, they can bring it over. I live on a street, the side of my street, there are 7 houses. We are the only full-time people. When my father and mother passed away several years ago, I had fruit baskets, flower arrangements, and plants delivered to neighbors who are not there. So I never got any of them alive. By the time those people were back in town, everything was pretty much beyond use. Another one of the suggestions, or not a suggestion, was they do mention that emergency people can always find you. And I know that's not accurate. If I were to call 911 from my cell phone, GPS would find me. But as happened to one of our neighbors, their alarm went off. The alarm company called the police department. So GPS isn't going to help in that situation because the alarm company is in San Ramon. Same thing, I have a panic panel in my house on my alarm system. If I'm someplace where I can't get to my phone and I need help, I can hit the panic button, which goes to the alarm company, and the alarm company calls the police or medical or whatever. So still, GPS isn't going to help me in that situation. The only other thing that they mentioned was that local businesses can always find you, and that is not true also. Local businesses should be able to figure out how to do our numbering system. But recently, one of our neighbors lost her husband, and I had 4 knocks on the door. The father.
Your time is up.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you could summarize quickly, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. One thing I would like to say is I hope that we can prioritize this so that this is something that gets worked on. And I did mention to Bobby, if you're going to allow civilians on your committee, I'd love to help.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in the room tonight?
Hello, Janice Schilling. I'm at Guadalupe, 2 northeast of Mountain View, or maybe 1 northeast. It depends on if you count an empty lot or not. So a year ago, I had my medical insurance almost denied because they could not verify that I had a physical address. That was bad enough. In the past week, I have had a transaction that would not go through because of our convoluted addresses. I have had a package delivered to our house that is actually a longtime resident of Carmel and very active on a number of boards. He lives 6 blocks away. He had to drive up and down the street to see if he could find a package that looked like his. And 6 blocks later at our house, he found it. This is ridiculous. No one lives like this. And it may be a quaint tradition that serves tourists, perhaps, but it certainly does not serve the people that live in this town.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in this room wishing to speak tonight? Not, I'll open it up to the Zoom world. Nova, you got any hands up out there?
Yes, Nancy Tomey.
Nancy Toomey. Nancy, you have the floor. You might be muted.
She's
CRA voice. And not to be defensive, with the purpose of that article that appeared in the CRA voice was just to provide guidance and pointers and tips for folks who may not have uncovered them before. And it was not intended to be all-inclusive, and definitely look forward to input and comments from the overall community, and invited that accordingly. So our position was not to say we support or don't support addresses. It was just to address today's state in the world that we have today without street addresses. So I wanted to clarify that for the folks in attendance, and hopefully that provided some tips and tricks for folks to work with today. So, and the board was in support of that position, which was actually not a position. It was just one of providing instruction and assistance to our community.
Nancy, thank you for that clarification, Nancy. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak today on this topic? I don't see anybody, oddly enough. All right, I'll bring it back to the council for direction and discussion. Council members, your preference? I mean, I personally don't have a problem exploring it.
I'm sorry, say that?
I don't have a problem with going ahead and authorizing staff to explore it further.
Exactly. I would continue to explore it as they stated.
I have a question. Emily, did you see any reference to fire safety requirements for the state of California in regards to addresses? Has that changed over the years?
Not currently in the research that I've done. I can definitely look into that.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I don't have the answer for that.
We'll add that in under direction to staff then.
So I have a couple comments before, and I appreciate that people want to continue to explore this. And I think that what I'm looking for is, in the exploration of this topic, what is going to we need consistent addresses. And for me, it can be directional. I'm fine with directional, but it has to be consistent, as several people mentioned today. And it has to be consistent so that, say, the fire and police do the same numbering from the corner that everybody else does. And it has to be recognizable by the Google search. Because part of the problem here is the directional addresses are not recognized. And so that's where we're having this problem. We need that consistency as part of the, when you talk to the post office, we need to figure out how to get on their database, because the post office has a huge database, and that's how they sort mail electronically. But how do we get on their database so that, and I'm not talking about mail delivery here, but just about being, once again, consistent. How do we get the county to recognize our addresses? There's a lot of people in town that are renters. So they don't get a utility bill coming to their house. They don't get, so when they have, and they don't have a property tax statement with their name on it. So the renters have a really hard time with, having proof of where they live. So the county has to recognize that as well. So, that's my concern. I'm sorry, I appreciate the people that did come today, but we have had a lot of emails about this. So there is a lot of support for having the city look into this and having some type of conclusion. The other thing, I was looking on having a business here. I've been in business reporting to the Secretary of State for over 60 years, and they did not recognize my address. because they've updated their computer system, and the computer system does a physical address check and couldn't find me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry to say that the outside forces are having to affect Carmel in regards to addresses, and somehow we have to address that. So I think it's good that we want to move forward, but I think people need to understand that there is a very legitimate issue here that as a city we have to address in a Carmel way. So I'm waiting to hear from my other colleagues.
Thank you, Carrie.
I concur with everything that's been said tonight, and I have to tell you, all change is not bad. We have a responsibility for health and safety in this town, and I think health and safety can be impaired by not having a consistent assigned street address where we can be found, where your neighbors can find, your friends can find you. I have lived in 3 places with 3 different mail deliveries. I lived in Lake Arrowhead, and we had a hybrid system. Each house was assigned a number on the road, but we all had to go to the post office. The numbers on the road were for fire, police, and location. We still met up at the post office. Then I moved, and I actually got mail delivery, and it was pretty wonderful, I have to tell you, but I'm not talking about mail delivery tonight. My neighbors on my street, to either side of my driveway, get mail delivery. I do not. My address went with the house on Ridgewood, and I lost my address. When I get a utility bill, one of my utilities says it's down on 11th Street, one of it says it's on Junipero. It's difficult, and I don't have the most difficult location. But I believe a hybrid system could be very effective, and if we get to that point, if people don't want to put the number out in front of their house, that would be their choice. But I do think that there's enough energy behind this. I have received lots of emails and conversation that I think we do need to move forward, and I would like to see it moved forward sooner than later, because I think this is something we need to do.
Okay, Bobby. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, just getting back to this report, one of the speakers mentioned something about insurance. Could you check into that? Because it's difficult to get fire insurance in Carmel-by-the-Sea. Can you find out if that's coming down the pike, so to speak, that we may have difficulty getting health insurance or homeowner insurance or any other kind of insurance because of the lack of address?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Richards.
Jeff?
Yes, thank you. So first, thank you, Emily, for the staff report and the list of the many issues that people in the community have. I think we've all heard at least one person in the community mention every single issue on the list. I had my own experience with Real ID about 6 months ago, and since half of the utilities in my house are in my name and half are in Kevin's name, I had to provide a marriage certificate. I had to provide 6 different documents when I got to the DMV to get this ID, and it's frustrating to have to do that. So thank you for all that work. I think there is, I agree, there's tremendous support in the community for this, and I would also like to see this move forward sooner rather than later. So I would put this at the top, pretty much near the top of the priority list. I have a neighbor who moved down here from Ross as she was telling me the other day, and they have a system in Ross where they have street addresses and PO boxes. And I know that in rural parts of the country, there are also people with rural street addresses that also have sort of town post office as well. So it certainly seems like that's done in other parts of the country, and I can't imagine that we couldn't have a system like that here as well. A couple of things that were mentioned in the staff report, or so first to respond to Carrie's comments about different methods. I personally don't have any desire to have an address system that's based on Google. And that's not in response to Carrie, that's something in response to the presentation that you put forward. So I don't think we need to have a weird directional system of, 3 random words to describe where your house is, or 16 meters past the intersection, or 4 houses. I think the time is right to just have standard numerical addresses. And I think that that's the method that will allow us to get to consistency and ease of use for the people that live here. And finally, design guidelines. I think there was something in the staff report that talked about design guidelines for how numbers should be displayed on houses. And Councilmember Ferlito mentioned, if you don't want a number, don't put it up on your house. And I happen to agree that that's a perfectly fine solution. But I think it's at least worth part of a conversation in the community to decide if we are going to have design guidelines at all that govern numbers. I don't know what the answer to that question is. When you walk through sort of planned communities, you see all of them that look the same, and when you walk through older communities, you see everybody that looks different. I certainly don't think everything should look the same, but I don't know whether we need to have design guidelines. But I think that that's an important question that needs to be asked in order to get the support of the community. And I think those are all my comments. Thank you.
Carrie.
One more thing.
Sure.
I think this is a good opportunity to have a better relationship with our post office. And so I think it's parallel process here about investigating street addresses and then actually talking to our post office, having a more neighborly relationship with them. So I really think that's important as well. And I agree that this topic, this needs to float to the top and really be a focus of the staff. Thank you.
Carrie, that was exactly what I was just going to say. One of my comments was that it does say city staff has established a line of communication with the Carmel postmaster. I'd like to see that line of communication expanded to include things like maintenance of the facility, hours of operations, so we can have a better understanding of what they expect and what we expect of them. Karen, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing. This workaround of 56B 5th Street, it's been helpful, but I ordered a cabinet, and when it came, that was a real burden on that post office employee. She had to help my husband carry it out to the car, and then I talked to someone, and they ordered 6 chairs. I mean, this is a burden on our post office to be ordering all these packages that go through that workaround. So they may actually welcome some of the package delivery being taken off their plate so that they can do the mail. So I think we have to consider that as well.
All righty, well, I'm glad we've had this discussion. This is what I wanted to do when we have topics like this. Instead of bringing it forward with an ordinance ready to go and vote an ordinance up or down, let's engage the community in the discussions that we want to have on these topics. I think this is a good start point, and I look forward to the discussion. I would like to see this back sooner than later also. I'm not married to any one particular plan. I do think that with the community's best, that we'll come up with a solution on their own. I think we'll do well, so thank you, Emily. Good luck.
Thank you. It was a very nice report.
Good luck.
Well done. All right, now let's move on to the other topic, which is receive a presentation on the Traffic Congestion Reduction and Parking Management Program. Provide direction to staff, very similar to the one we had before. Welcome back.
That went well. That worked pretty well.
Brian, good to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Mayor, City Council, Brian Euler with MRG. Some of you may recognize me as being here as your interim police chief a few months ago. So, thank you for having me. So in today's presentation, our objectives are first to cover and provide a sense of history. We'll cover Carmel-by-the-Sea's past experience, but to keep it relevant and meet time constraints, we'll focus on just the last 10 years. Second, we'll summarize past City Council actions. Third, key issues and their implications will be covered. This includes a variety of things like the relationship between parking and traffic congestion, the effects of traffic congestion, the experiences of 2014 parking program. And so we can learn from it. We'll dig into the community and operational concerns from those programs. We'll also be covering the Walker studies to include key data. And then lastly, we'll also give you general information about parking as it's experienced around the country. And we'll also be asking the City Council at the very end to provide direction to guide future action, if any. So here's a photo from 1945, and you can see clothing and cars has changed, but Carmel's parking spots were full and there was traffic congestion. It's actually kind of cool, I think, that to reflect and see how Carmel's protected itself from things like traffic signals and a big city vibe. As we discuss traffic congestion and parking, we recognize and respect the desire to keep Carmel's charming residential character. Here we see major inflection points for the last 10 years. In 2021, the council defined traffic congestion and parking management as a priority, and on 2 occasions in 2022, this was reaffirmed during periodic reviews. In 2014, a 7-month experiment was conducted on Ocean Avenue. I'll be covering this in detail in later slides. Lastly, in 2013, we received a parking analysis from Walker, which built on a similar 1999 study. Here we'll briefly cover highlights of Council's prior actions. The CSO program was started in the 1970s and fluctuated between 1 and 5 CSOs positions being staffed. There's currently 3 CSOs, and their role includes parking enforcement duties. The Council has approved funding for 2 parking studies in 1999 and 2013. Acting on various recommendations in the Walker reports, Council approved an experimental parking program on Ocean. And then also in 2002, there was a pay and display program contemplated but later rejected. And that was built on from the 1999 parking study. Limited time parking zones are now at 2 hours and 30 minutes, but those have fluctuated over time, and there's been multiple adjustments to those limited parking slots. In an effort to help with employee parking, the council has established free parking at Sunset Center and expanded free all-day parking on Junipero. On the city's general plan, the traffic and circulation element is described as an issue of local significance. The element includes concern for traffic congestion in the commercial district, pedestrian safety, and the negative effects of employee parking. There have been multiple instances of councils over the years establishing a goal or a priority to do something to manage parking and reduce traffic congestion. In terms of thorny issues, I imagine this rate's right near the top. So here are some of the negative effects of traffic congestion. You can see pollution, both air and noise pollution, wasted time, driver anxiety, resident dissatisfaction, and pedestrian safety. The main point here is that traffic congestion is inconsistent with residential character. And this is probably why the issue keeps getting so much attention over the decades. As pointed out in both parking studies, there are 2 main ways traffic congestion and parking in Carmel are related to each other. First, when drivers arrive in the business district, they must first find a parking place. In my personal experience, 10 or more minutes to find a spot is not uncommon, even on weekdays. Second, with the looming parking time limit, usually 2 hours, visitors, shoppers, and I'm sorry to say, employees and business owners who have parked nearby need to move their car. Of course, once they leave a spot, they circle around looking for another parking place, adding to the traffic congestion. In 1999 and again in 2013, the city hired Walker Parking Consultants. Since there's been very minimum changes to the streets, the traffic patterns, or the economic indicators, the findings and information reflected in these reports is still accurate and can be relied on. Key quotes from the Walker report includes the highest occupancy rates observed in all of California. Sufficient overall parking availability, but the study points to the need to move some of the congested on-street parking in the downtown area to other locations like Sunset or Vista Lobos. The use of time-limited parking strategy is ineffective, specifically for employees who know how to game the system. Visitors, given that they have little familiarity, have difficulty finding parking places, and the study points to significant traffic issues by those searching for a parking place. Parking management through the use of paid parking would help visitor frustration and traffic congestion. The data reflected on these reports shows how at one time, over 1,000 spaces were being recommended for paid parking. More recent staff estimates suggest that an effective program could include reducing the footprint of the parking requiring payment to less than half of the 1,511 on-street parking places in the business district. The 2014 program positively impacted parking availability, but generated spillover impacts in the nearby free parking areas. People were just avoiding the paid areas when they would go to the free areas. Community outcry mostly was about the appearance and the size of the kiosks, and that led to the city abandoning the effort. As cited in the news stories attached to your staff report, many people were concerned with the imagery of the parking infrastructure, which didn't match residential character. Program critics, especially business leaders, cited the inconvenience of making payment as potentially causing patrons to go elsewhere. Rolling the program out in early December was a problem. And during the program, the city was late to recognize or take care of employees, locals, and businesses. By the time the city was able to make adjustments, like adding vouchers, local permit benefits, or more employee parking, there was already a firmly held groundswell against the program. When the effort was abandoned, business leaders suggested that they could favorably impact employee parking. Understandably, business owners and managers' attention to parking is difficult to maintain over time. Oh, we missed a slide. So here we're going to begin transitioning from historical information to critically important scientific mathematical models. First glance, it doesn't look like it makes much sense, but we'll be spending the next hour or so on the math. Actually, don't worry, we're not doing any math here. But it is worth mentioning that there are scientific journals, books, entire fields of study focused on parking. A professor at UCLA, Dr. Donald Shoup, pictured here, has built his entire career around parking. He's kind of a superstar in the urban planning world and goes by Shoup Dog. He also has proteges in the urban planning world called Shoupistas. I don't know if Brandon is a Shoupista or not. His website, shoupdog.com, if you're intellectually curious, is a good source of information. You can check out parkumentaries and learn about his most important work was a book called The High Cost of Free Parking. Yes. I'm betting Councilmember Barron and Brandon would probably like going into the math, but we'll pass that by. So our nation's foremost expert on the topic says that staunch conservatives often become ardent communists when it comes to parking, and rational people quickly turn emotional. Okay, so does Carmel really have a parking problem? I bet everyone would agree that downtown San Francisco does not have residential character. So why would we compare with San Francisco? Well, this is a slide or an image from a navigation app that I did at 2 p.m. 4 days ago of downtown San Francisco. And you can see that mostly red and orange, and there's some green in there, as you would expect. At the same time, Carmel. And you can see the commercial core, mostly red and orange, maybe a few little segments of green on the outskirt areas. So we're not much different than San Francisco. So we'll talk a little bit about the search for parking. Donald Shoup examined many different parking studies to determine that 34% of downtown traffic was actually driving, circling, looking for parking. While not necessarily something you can equate to Carmel, San Francisco residents spend 83 hours a year looking for parking. Remember, we just saw the comparisons between San Francisco and Carmel. So here's a simple way to measure how traffic congestion is represented by those circling for a parking space. Imagine you're watching a Carmel street like this one around lunchtime, and you notice a car leaving a parking space. Counting how many cars pass that space without stopping to park in a newly vacant spot can get you some rudimentary information. If you get very thorough about it, you'd be conducting parking analysis sheepdog style. Understandably, the results would vary by time of the day and week, but I'm guessing many of you have seen how quickly spaces fill up in Carmel. And here's how this works. So if you watch dozens of occurrences and count the total number of cars passing before a car takes the spot, then you can equate what the percentage of cars searching for parking spots are. For example, if you see 9 cars pass on average, and the 10th one generally takes the spot, then 10% of all your traffic is searching for parking spaces. Worse, and probably more accurate for Carmel, if you see over time an average of 3 cars passing before a spot's taken, then 25% of all traffic is in search of a parking space. So this afternoon, I was planning to do it at lunchtime, like my slide says, but I got here at around 1 o'clock. And I went to Mission, San Carlos, Ocean, Lincoln, and Dolores. And I'd find a spot on those streets, and I'd wait for somebody to leave, and then I'd start counting cars passing. And over the course of 1.5 hours, between 1 p.m. and 2:30, which lunch hour is over, and I'm thinking, it might not work, I might not see a lot. In the course of sitting there for that hour and a half, I saw a total of 15 parking places come open. I started counting cars, watching this spot. In the course of the overall aggregate total, I saw 45 cars to occupy those 15 spots. So 33% of the traffic on a Tuesday afternoon is hunting parking spaces. Now that was a rudimentary study. It wasn't scientific in nature, but that's what I found, this afternoon between 1:30 and 2. Another way you can gauge this if you're a little bit mean is walk around with your cars and your keys in your hand and act like you're going to go get into a car. Somebody they'll start slowing down, looking. Maybe not a good idea. So in the staff report, there's mentions of Carmel residents actually avoiding our own busy commercial district. Or maybe you've heard from exacerbated Carmel visitors who complain about how long it took for them to find parking. This study, featured in the Parking Professional magazine, found that 76% of 1,000 respondents would avoid traveling to certain areas just because of the lack of parking. With this in mind, it could be argued that Carmel businesses would have an improved bottom line if more visitors didn't have bad parking experiences. Based on this statistic, we can only imagine how many people, to include our own Carmel residents, who avoid the commercial district. So there's something in parking science, they call it the Goldilocks Principle. Professor Shoup and others rely on this principle to design parking policy. Basically, if you charge too little, you end up with no on-street parking, congestion, pollution, employee impacts, and loss of customers. If you charge too much, you have vacant spaces and you scare off visitors. If you charge just the right amount, you have 1 or 2 spaces per block open that provides convenient access and no circling for parking. Clearly, figuring out the right price is not an easy task, and it's dependent on real-world results. It's too early to have this dialogue to talk about costs in Carmel, because we're here to talk a little bit about what kind of outreach we might do and when. But suffice it to say, applying this principle to Carmel's traffic congestion and its lack of on-street parking suggests the current price is too low. So, given the history and strong feelings on the topic, why even consider changes to parking? If you read the pine cone stories that were attached to your staff report, it would be real easy to come to the conclusion to abandon this topic altogether, avoid the concept of engaging on it, and forever accept traffic congestion and parking chaos in Carmel. That would be the easy way. But now that 8 years has passed since the last attempt, it might be time to think about dealing with this. First, traffic congestion and the limited parking continues to be an issue. The perception of the community being overwhelmed with visitors might be helped by effective parking management. Some locals might view the idea of making visitors pay for parking as a means to reduce the tourism impact. Second, both noise and air pollution is an issue that's worth addressing. Third, overarching problems of the 2014 parking program centered on kiosks and their mismatch with aesthetics. New technology is smaller and may allow for many, many fewer or even 0 kiosks in our community. Next, the employee game of cat and mouse, it continues. Lastly, in 2014, the pay-by-phone system required a cumbersome app to download. Now no download is needed. Patrons can use a Q code or a text-to-number feature and get an automatic connection to the right website. Society is much more accustomed with this concept for paying for parking now that we've gone through COVID. They do it for restaurants and menus. Technology now offers and allows local businesses or innkeepers who are concerned about the convenience for their customers to enter and pay for the parking on their customers' behalf. All they need is a license number, get it in the system, so that the car will be authorized in the system. To get our own residents participating in the local commerce through license plate registrations, free parking could be availed to all residents in the Carmel-by-the-Sea, but clearly the City Council would ultimately have to decide such a concept. But building in this concept early might actually serve to break down old barriers. As Dr. Shoup said, rational people quickly get emotional when talking about parking. The history in Carmel probably predisposes many residents and business owners to have strong feelings on this topic. Great transparency and careful, measured approach might help get all concerned to get to a place where real progress is possible. Ultimately, it's hoped that robust public engagement might serve to make the topic and conversation as non-adversarial as possible. So the next 2 slides I have are actually the outlines of the council direction. This concludes my formal part of the presentation, and I suppose we're going to be doing public comment. So I don't know if you need these slides or not, but that's on your staff report. The questions before the council and the options moving forward for the timing of community outreach on this slide, and the question also type of a community outreach. So with that, that concludes my presentation.
Brian, are there any questions for Brian of council members at this time? Brian, I'm just curious. I'm sorry, go ahead, Carrie. I'm just see a hand.
Thank you, Brian. That was terrific. In getting this report together, can you explain to people who you interviewed? Did you reach out to certain people? Can you give us some background on that?
Sure. Well, prior to my interim position leaving Carmel, I spent lots of time with community members on this topic. Chip had asked me to engage on this topic quite extensively. I've talked to business community members in the roundtable setting. I've talked to at least one of the main players in the Carmel Residents Association, and certainly we've had extensive dialogue. Director Swanson has been heavily involved in this project from the very beginning, and we've had lots of dialogue over the years. We've also talked to vendors in terms of learning what technology exists. So I think the research involved in terms of just identifying what's out there and the different options that might be available if the council is interested in moving forward with it certainly is part of what's been undertaken so far. There's also been some rudimentary review of things that are happening in Pacific Grove and Monterey. You might have noticed a projection on the financial part of the staff report that's reflecting similar occupancy levels and a different rate than what was projected in 2019, but there's been some rudimentary review locally as well. Okay.
Anybody else? Brian, I was wondering if you're going to have any conversations in the residential area about the impacts of construction parking. It's been brought up to us a couple of times here. As a member of the industry, it's kind of hard for me to say go out and find me, but I do think there needs to be some sort of more draconian approach to the number of vehicles that are on a job site. When you consider that the average lot in Carmel is only 40 by 100, that's probably 3 cars toe to toe. And there's been times when streets have been literally closed because of the impacts of construction. And the job goes on a lot longer than just a few months.
Absolutely. Well, a robust parking management program would include many other elements than just focusing on the business district or commercial district. So if there are issues and enforcement needed for, certainly delivery is a big issue here, defining when delivery trucks are here. Construction trucks blocking major sections of road are a big issue for the chief to deal with and his staff, and making sure people understand how to get that done safely and so forth. So there are certainly elements, in terms of a whole parking system or parking management program for the whole city. Those could certainly be improved on.
I appreciate that. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, is there anybody in the public in this room wishing to speak to this topic tonight? Thank you, Brian. I don't see anybody. Is there anybody out in the Zoom world? Nova? Jay Toner. Okay. Judy.
Thank you for being at Carmel Women's Club yesterday. Because of your presentation, I'm Zooming. I've lived here 30 plus years, and I moved here for Carmel-by-the-Sea, originally from Michigan and then Texas. And it actually boggles me that the parking issue continues to be a subject. Whether you live here or vacation here, or just happen to pass through and discover Carmel, I feel that you're not going to be disturbed by having to move your car every 2 hours or whatever that might be. I didn't go to Monterey until I married Tony Tollner and started paying for parking. I didn't like parking meters. I like the charm. And personally, I really would like to see Carmel just continue being Carmel and all that it is for its historic reasons. I don't mind driving around looking for a parking place.
Okay, Judy, thank you. Appreciate the input. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? No, I'm not seeing anybody.
Parker Logan.
Parker, have at it. 3 minutes.
Good. Oh, thank you. What a presentation. What a noble ideal. All to free up 1 or 2 spaces per block. It's a joke. Carmel is unlikely to be lost all at once and openly. It's far more likely to be eroded away, bit by bit, amid glittering promises and expressions of noble ideals, just like this one. What the previous speaker said, this is an issue that you're just beating a dead horse. Why? So someone can figure it out? So someone can say this is my big accomplishment for the 1 or 2 spots per block on a busy afternoon? I was in town 6 different times running errands today. I didn't spend more than 1 minute looking for parking each time, starting from very early in the morning all the way right through the time the speaker said that he was there till 1:30 to 2:30 this afternoon. It's not that difficult, people. All it's going to do is add to the erosion of the charm of this city. So give it up, guys. Just shelve it. We can find parking. And you want less cars here anyway, so why make it easier for cars to be here? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parker. Nancy Toomey or Tim, one of you got your hand up, whichever one it is.
Yep, that's me again. Nancy here. I believe I read in Brian's report that the general direction he was headed in was not to do a competitive matrix again. And if I've got that wrong, I stand corrected. But I would like to see that refreshed with current information on what some of the other, especially coastal towns, are doing and what they're seeing with the results, both in observational as well as numeric form, as a part of some of the next steps considerations. And then the other part is, as you're looking at the technology that is possible, I think also giving us more insights of where we could see some of the apps and or minimally invasive attributes. So where can we see or learn more about what those could be as you continue to explore this? It would be nice to get some exposure to those things early on, because I know, of course, those have been huge concerns of some of the prior attempts. So those are just requests as this project might continue forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? I don't see anybody. Nova? Okay, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council for directions. Council members, did you want the Brian's chart up again, or do you want to just, Bobby? Okay.
Great report, Brian, and it was really, really well done. So the other day when the mayor and I were at the League of Cities, we met a couple of different parking apps at some of the different vendors that were there. Would it be possible for you to reach out to them so that they could come back here and show us what they have and show us their wares, so
Absolutely.
we understand more what it would look like and how it would act?
Absolutely. We currently, the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea has a relationship with one particular vendor, but they partner with many different providers that do the cell phone connections and the different sorts of connections. And that would be integrated into whatever outreach process that the council seeks to carry out moving forward. So public outreach would be pretty heavy on that. We actually have on hand one of the most modern kinds of kiosks that include, it would include the ability to use the mobile app options to activate a parking place. So we have all that stuff set up in the event that we move forward with some parking program outreach to the community.
Okay. Yeah, great, thank you.
Other questions or comments to Brian? Karen?
My concern downtown with the parking situation is that people get a little desperate, and then they do crazy things like turn around in the middle of the street or three-point turns. You know, they're frustrated, I'm sure, and so they think, oh, I better grab that, no matter it's on their side of the street or not. I also think, you know, there are so many bigger cars, and they have a real hard time parallel parking, so it takes them a long time, and then traffic stacks up behind them. So I do think we have parking issues. I think one of our biggest problems is employee parking, and the self-monitoring just doesn't work. I see some of the same cars parked every day near businesses. I've even seen business owners park and then move their cars. And that creates that 2-hour shuffle, which is really chaotic, and it leads to people leaving their work saying, I'll be right back, and then it's 15 minutes because they have to go find the park and then run back. So I think that that is one of the biggest problems, and we have never really been able to solve that. You can talk to your employees all you want, but if they arrive 2 minutes before they're supposed to be on the job, they're going to park as close as possible. So I do think we have issues. I remember several years ago, I asked somebody, well, why don't you come to Carmel to shop? And they said, oh, we'd never find a parking place. So perception is there too, that parking is difficult here. So I do believe we have an issue. I don't think it's as simple as just saying I can find a place anytime I want. It just depends on the time of day. I happen to have a car that parks itself, so that helps me. But I think we need to explore this more. Thank you for the good report.
Carrie?
Thank you. We need a parking management program. So it's more self-encompassing. Parking management also helps manage the visitor. Parking management helps manage the issue that Karen's talking about, the employee parking in valuable parking spaces. I think we need to understand that it is going to be a process. It's not just one decision, it's many decisions. And it's more encompassing. It could have an element of paid parking. It could have an element of a new parking structure in either Vista Lobos or Sunset. It could mean some redevelopment of the downtown area and the parking spaces down there. So, but it's something that has to be addressed. I find it interesting that the retail segment of what Karen talked about, there is a perception that we don't have parking, and there are people that don't come here because of that. There's also the issue of 2 hours does not give somebody enough time if they really want a leisurely experience of being in the downtown area. Just last week, I was talking to an art gallery owner who had somebody looking at a $7,000 sculpture, and the person was so nervous about getting a parking ticket that they left and they never came back. Now, technology could help that by saying, what is your license plate number? I'm happy to add an hour for $2. And the retail person could do that. Easy fix. And that's where technology has been a huge development since we tried this last time. The other thing is, in regards to the residents, it's free parking. It's not paid parking, it's free parking with the permit parking that could be evolved into it. And I know that the neighbors would be concerned about people parking. We could have neighborhood stickers. So it really is a master parking plan. It's not just the downtown, but it really is something that we need to look at, and we need to educate the residents and the business people of how easy this could be. It's really not scary. And for those people out there that are worried about pensions and are worried about beautification, a paid parking program would solve some of those problems. Okay? So, we need to, paid parking is kind of the misnomer here. It's really a parking management program, but a paid parking component of that could be a new sense of revenue for the city.
Absolutely.
And, we're leaving for the short-term visitor, we're having to clean the beaches, clean the restrooms, take out their trash, do the streets. And that is one way that, we get the overnight visitor certainly pays TOT, they pay sales tax, but that short-term visitor are using our facilities and our assets, and this is one way we could get some benefit from that. That would help with other issues that the residents are worried about. So I really hope, since I'm not going to be here, that the council, the future council, takes this seriously and wants to do a parking management program that affects the whole city, not just the downtown. But the congestion is, everybody's complaining about the congestion, and this is a way to solve some of the congestion, because parking management allows you to find a spot quickly. So we want to better manage the visitor, and this is one way to do it. So I'm hoping that, I think the next step is for Brian to kind of get some of the technology together and start educating people. And say, this is how it would work. Educate the retailers, because they would really benefit from this. You cannot have lunch, wine taste, and shop in 2 hours. The retailers are losing business as well. And I've heard that from them. So I think if we can show people that there is a way to do this, and it won't have a negative impact with the aesthetics, I think we could, if people are open-minded, could be educated on how this could work. So I'm hoping that we can continue to investigate what would really work for us, and that we show people how it could work. Thank you.
Well said, well said. Jeff?
Thank you. Yeah, generally I agree with Carrie's comments. My perspective is a little different than I think what we sort of heard online, because as many of you know, I tend to walk downtown rather than drive downtown. And the problem that I think people that walk downtown have is that the congestion, the perspective of, yeah, it's okay for someone to drive 6 blocks and look for a parking spot, but the fact that someone is driving 6 blocks looking for a parking spot means that a person walking on the sidewalks has 6 times as many cars passing by them as they would if the person was just able to find a parking spot on the street. And not only does that, as Brian pointed out, create a lot of pollution downtown and all those effects, but it also makes the likelihood of someone getting hit by a car or a bike getting hit by a car or whatever much more likely. And so the effects of reducing congestion downtown are enormous for people that are not in cars. It's not just people in cars that are important here. I agree with Carrie's comments that education is important, and I think that we should, go slowly and make sure we involve the community to find this solution. I also agree with, the sort of her obvious comment that the parking could clearly be free for people that live in town. There's some solution there. I think that would work for everybody. In terms of the things that I think are important as we move forward, we had the big dust up over the size of the kiosk last time, and it seems clear now, according to Brian, that there are minimal or no kiosk solutions that allow, as Councilmember Tice pointed out, businesses to add time to their customers' parking fees, or however it is that works online. So I think that it sounds like there are a lot of options, and I would be interested certainly in exploring those. One of the things I would ask that's important for me, I think, and important for the city as we move forward, is sort of flexibility in terms of how we do this. Being able to, I know it may not be possible to define where the sort of paid area downtown is and where the free area of downtown is, where the presumably employees would park, as Karen was talking about before, that would sort of alleviate the employees driving around. But I think it's important that we pay attention to the fees and sort of manage the fees according to sort of the methodology that Brian and, yes, Dr. Shoup, who is in fact one of my icons. The Free Cost of Paid Parking is a really important book for me. So I think that flexibility that we have in terms of going into a solution is important, and I hope that the vendors, there he is. I hope that the vendors, when you bring, it sounds like we may ask you to bring some vendors back, and the ability to tune the program so that it fits with our downtown, I think is important. And finally, I know that Councilmember Ferlito has talked about using these fees to, implement a downtown master plan, and I'm generally in favor of that if we can get public support behind that. One of the things I think that's also important is perhaps we could look towards using these fees to figure out how to incentivize some additional employees to use mass transit to get into town. And I don't know how that would work. I know that some of the businesses provide bus passes or other methods for their employees to get into town, and each employee that does that frees up a parking spot for an entire day. So I would certainly be interested in exploring the ways that some of these revenues, if we ever have revenues from this program, could be used to facilitate actions such as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Well said by everybody. Brian, I don't have a problem with your engagement plan at all here. It's very aggressive. It's got quite a few interesting suggestions for face-to-face community meetings, web portal, farmers market booth, community information mailers. I think they're all good. I'm a little concerned about the 2.5-hour presentation to the council, but I'm sure we can get through that maybe a little bit quicker than that.
Okay.
30 minutes of council discussion and direction.
Any part of this,
we'll try to move
we can
through
tweak any of it.
No, I think it is important to look at it, holistically instead of just talking about paid parking. It's kind of a,
That's right.
a real, angst builder to talk about paid parking, although every coastal town I've ever been in does have paid parking. But still, I'd rather get us out there and talk about the thing more holistically for the betterment of the community. So I think the conduction you've gotten today has been great. Thank you for the presentation.
The one, just to be sure I'm clear, in terms of reporting back, is are you in support of us waiting until the new council is seated in January where we start the engagement plan rather than compressing an engagement plan and trying to get it done before December 6th?
I don't know, look to
Do you
carry.
have a slide that,
Oh, yes.
so you can put up?
I think I can do, well, can you put the slides up? Thank you. That was really the one of the major questions. I'm appreciative of the support for the engagement plan and what it includes. The question one was just the timing, and option one would be start immediately, expedite to get all these an action item before the council on December 6th. That would be highly compressed, and that we could do all of it, but
it'd be hitting a critical step with a brand new council member.
Right.
I don't know whether you get them up to speed quickly. I don't know.
So when you look at option two, start the public engagement activities in January once the new council is seated. That way, all of the council members who are seated can attend some of these public meetings, the business meetings, and participate in what would be the outreach process as a council member. So that would if your direction at this point is for us to plan for a January start on the public engagement, that gives us time to get some of these critical components regarding technology demonstrations and other things before the into those meeting sessions. And the third option is that we wait and seek direction and don't do any planning at this point until the new council is seated. So. And then, of course, any other options that you might see.
Sure.
I think option 2 is a good one because of the whole holiday component as well. And that way the new council would be able to be up to speed. So I would support option 2.
I'd concur.
I concur.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good job.
I think that makes it clear. Thank you so much.
All right, why don't we move on then to public appearance items. There's an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. There's a 3-minute limitation on testimony. If you'd like to speak, now would be the time. We'll look in the room here first. I don't see anybody in here. Is there anybody in the Zoom world wishing to speak tonight under public comments?
Hi, David.
Judy.
Toner is the addresses in Carmel one of the subjects?
We already discussed that, Judy.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, anybody else? All righty, we'll close the public comment period, move on then to announcements. City Administrator Max, do you have anything new to announce?
I do. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So first, let me just say, why am I up here? Where's Chip? I'm sure that might be a question. So Chip is off at a conference, but this is actually one of Chip's goals and objectives from the City Council is to continue to stretch and grow his executive team. So this is my stretch assignment, doing the whole agenda and then participating this evening on the whole council. So thank you for letting me be here this evening. A few updates. Thank you to everyone who participated in the Design Traditions 1.5 community workshop last night. I heard it was a great success. And again, thank you to our city team, our steering committee, and our consultant, Nori Winter. This was the second in a series of workshops in which they discussed the direction of the city is headed with updates to the design guidelines. The workshop was a way to check in with the community to make sure we captured the previous workshop input accurately and that we were going in the right direction. So again, we had 40 people in person attend last night. We had 23 via Zoom, which included our mayor, council, planning commission, Historic Resources Board, and Forest and Beach Commission. The next step will be to share the direction with the Planning Commission this month, and then Council next month before we start actually drafting the design guidelines. So that's an update there. In the world of public works, I'm happy to announce that we will be planting about 20 new trees throughout the month of October. And this is the initial wave of planting 108 new trees in conjunction with the Forestry Master Plan project. So I know that's great news. And of course, Public Works is always gearing up for our fall-winter season, so that's happening as well. And then one last thing, we've got some great community events happening this month in October. So get ready for them. On Thursday, October 20th, we have our third Thursday in the Park from 4 to 7 p.m. On Saturday, October 29th, we have the annual pumpkin roll from 2 to 4 p.m. And then there will be at 6:15 or dark of night, the movie Hocus Pocus in Davendorf Park. And then on Monday, October 31st, at 4 p.m., we will have the annual Halloween parade and trick-or-treating in the park after the parade. So all of these events are free and open to everyone, so a lot of great things happening in our village. That's my update, Mayor.
Max, thank you. Great to have you here. Appreciate the professional approach. Very nice. All right, City Attorney Brian, anything?
I have no report from closed session.
Much appreciated. Council members, looking to my left, Bobby.
I'll just tag on to what Maxine said. October 6th is Taste of Carmel from the chamber.
Good call. Carrie?
October, I believe, Saturday, October 7th, let me make sure, is, 8th, is Meet the Makers, is art and wine tasting in Carmel. So that's also available, but that is a paid event.
Karen? Jeff?
No, thank you.
I will say I did go to the Design Tradition workshop last night. It was quite entertaining. Karen was there working away with the group. It was a good group of people, a lot of passion, a lot of interest, and a very, very good dialogue, I thought. One of the things I was concerned about is the fact that we seem to be waiting for put an end to these garages that are being built right on the front yard setback with no area to back out. The worst one is on Carpenter Street. I pointed out a couple of times. It's really atrocious. I mean, you have no sight distance. Your car is going to be well out into the road before you can even look out to see if cars are coming. I do think we might want to bifurcate that a little bit, take it away from out of the design tradition process, and maybe look at an amendment to the zoning or the code that allows that. Brandon, you and I have talked about this, head north and south. Okay, good, you understand. Thank you. That is it from me. So let's move on then the consent calendar. We have items 1 through 7 on the consent calendar. I'm going to pull item number 7 for some discussion. Is there anybody else wishing to pull an item? Okay. Bobby, go ahead.
Do you want me to make a motion to,
on the balance of consent? No, I've got to go to the public first. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to pull an item off consent? Anybody in Zoom world wishing to pull something? Item number 7 has already been pulled. Okay, I see nobody. Why don't we move the balance of consent items 1 through 6?
I'll make the motion to approve the 1 through 6 on the consent agenda.
All right, move second.
Second?
Any other discussion? Nova, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito,
Yes.
Councilmember Tice,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
So the item that's been pulled is item number 7, which is Resolution 2022-091, approving a supplemental budget appropriation to the fiscal year 2022-2023. Adopted budget for discretionary grants to in the amount of $1,000 for Carmel High School mock trial team. My feeling is that that's a little low, honestly. This is a nationally renowned competition that we do very well in annually. I think it would show a lot of support for the school if we up that contribution. I've also been informed that there might be a matching contribution out there. So if we went $5,000, there's somebody else in the community that might be willing to match it with $5,000. That's my thought. Is there anybody in the world wishing to speak to this item? All right. So I would suggest we go to $5,000. The person pledging $5,000 is former Mayor Sue McLeod. She's offered a matching grant. I could go 10, but that seems a little usurious to me. So perhaps if we went 5 and that 5 is 10, that seems like a more substantial contribution for these students that are having to travel and pay for their own expenses.
I would support that, Mayor.
Motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Oh, no, wait, excuse me. I need a roll call.
Okay.
Nova?
Yes. Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito,
Yes.
Councilmember Tice,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
And Mayor Potter.
Yeah.
Motion carries unanimously.
Good luck to the
No.
team.
Mayor, may I read something that I received yesterday?
Sure, I'm sorry.
So this came from Letterhead, Carmel High School, home of the Padres. Dear members of City Council, we are extremely grateful for your support and will do our best to be worthy of it. We have been working hard on this case since July, and our trip is fast approaching. We are so excited to travel to Chicago and represent our school and the great community of Carmel. Thank you, the Carmel mock trial team. So that came when they saw that we were proposed to do $1,000. And so I think
Hopefully
that,
they'll be more happy.
I think they'll be more happy.
Oh, good. Well, we've done well in the past, and it's a pleasure to have a school of our prestige going and be represented at the national level.
And I know some of them wanted to be here today to thank us in person, but they couldn't, so they're maybe at home watching or after their sporting event or whatever they're doing. So good luck, everybody.
Excellent. I'm going to move on into orders of business. First one is Resolution 2022-093, which is authorizing the city administrator to execute a purchase agreement for the purchase of one Pearson Manufacturing and Cooperative fire truck in the amount of $880,000. Alan Ward, are you going to do this presentation with perhaps a duet from the chief?
Yeah, I think we'll do a duet in case we have some specifics that the council would like. We could pull it if you don't mind. Alan Ward, Public Safety Director, you might remember the councils. So the reason we're here a little early, the replacement of the fire engine was initially scheduled to be replaced in 23-24 budget year. But with supply chain issues, inflation, and in researching a new fire engine, we've discovered that there are proposed substantial price increases proposed at the end of November in the amount of an additional $20,000 to $30,000 just for one motor. So we thought it appropriate to come to council for that purpose in an effort to save everybody some money and quite frankly the fire truck, both of the engines are reaching their end of life, and the build times for new engines are upwards of 3 years now. So a move now is still, we're not taking possession until 3 years from now. So currently the city has two engines. The one in frontline service is 13 years old. It's a 2009 Pearson with 49,000 miles on it. The reserve engine is a 2000 E1 with 50,000 miles. It's 22 years old. So a typical expectation for the life of a fire engine is 15 years, depending on where it is and a lot of other factors. But that's the typical service, according to our illustrious fire chief. And current build times, we talked about that. So we did, or I was requested, and fire had already done, or was also in the process of doing research on replacing an engine for PG and Monterey Fire. So this was all, they conducted all this research, and it just so happened we were also in the need. So their research shows the estimated cost of an electric engine is currently 1.7 to 1.9 million, depending on the specifications and the manufacturer. The cost of the diesel purchase we have quoted now is $879,000 to $929,000, depending on which option the council decides, or if they decide to go with a current purchase. Obviously, if we did want to go an electric avenue, we'd have they're estimating a infrastructure cost of $150,000 to add the electric infrastructure to the fire station. And they did Monterey Fire did a projected operating and maintenance cost assessment of the two, with the electric being $343,300 over 20 years, and the diesel engine being $477,800. And so we're seeking staff direction on whether or not to initiate the purchase of the diesel-powered engine under the purchase order we have, or have council direct staff to research further the purchase of an electric engine. And in your packet, they do have some more information on that, and do have a suggested vendor for an electric engine if you chose to go that direction, or of course to provide alternate direction.
Are there any questions of the chief right at this time? Bobby?
So how many years before we'll need a second engine, a second purchase?
So it should be at least a 15-year, well, 18 because we won't get a new one for 3, and then additional 15 years after that. So this frontline engine you're authorizing the purchase of now will come in 3 years, right. 2 to 3 years. They're estimating more towards 3. And that would put our current engine into reserve status and rotate our reserve out.
Right, and so the current engine that will soon go into reserve, how much more life are we going to get out of that one?
Well, it goes to reserve status, so they extend that even further. Okay. So as long as it has a serviceable life, because right now we're spending some money to update the reserve engine because it needs maintenance. So there's really no estimated, and would you agree with that?
What I'm looking for to see if there's any cost savings if we were to order one now and get it in 3 years, and then a second one now but get it in 10 years, if there would be a cost savings there.
Well, the reserve, go ahead, but the reserves generally go into reserve and can stay there for a longer period of time, especially if they're current versions.
Yeah, thank you. To address the question specifically, there is a cost savings if you order multiple units, but it's not worth it. And they won't take an order for an engine delivery in 10 years. I wouldn't even recommend that because we don't know if that manufacturer will still be in the business or what they'll be looking for. And I think, as was discussed, we looked at the electric technology. It's my belief that it's going to be something we're going to implement in the future. I don't think we're at that place yet. But the next engine that you purchase, likely the electric technology will be vetted and what you're likely going to want to give more serious consideration to.
Then one last question, Mayor. Is there any of the other cities that you represent looking for engines? Like we can take advantage of any sort of discounts by ordering another engine if Pacific Grove needs one, or the airport?
I'm going to be in front of Pacific Grove City Council tomorrow evening on the same topic. They also want to address the question of electric versus diesel. But if we go to the same manufacturer, and it is our recommendation that we go to this Pearson engine, then we've been told by the manufacturer or by the sales representative out of Sacramento that they will honor the multiple unit order, even though it's different jurisdictions, because it's one fire agency. So
Perfect. Thanks, Chief.
save you a couple $1,000s there.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Jeff? Okay, sorry.
I have a question, just to clarify. If we were to go to the electric and then have to put in the infrastructure, I assume that's to charge there is a backup, though, to it. It's not completely electric, or is it hybrid?
It's there's 3 manufacturers currently that make electric fire engines. One of them does not have a unit in service anywhere yet. The other 2 have a unit that's been in service. LA City just put one into service. They in the first week of its operation, which was only a few weeks ago, it operated completely in the electric mode because it's designed to work that way. But yes, they have a small diesel motor on it that actually recharges the battery if necessary. The other technology from the other manufacturers is slightly different. It's a little bit more of a hybrid setup, but yeah, no, they're not going to build a fire engine that might die in the middle of an emergency operation. So yeah.
Okay. So do you have any inkling of what Pacific Grove is looking at? Because if we decide on diesel and they decide on electric, that doesn't help each other out. Do you have any?
So 2 parts to that question. One is I don't know. The staff recommendation is to go with the diesel engine, but as you well know, I don't make the final decision on that. And the electric engine manufacturers are not offering a multi-purchase discount or anything else.
Okay. Thank you.
So it wouldn't help if both went to electric.
Have you looked to the Air District for any grants, opportunities for electric purchase?
As Air District has grants that are not very large. I believe they're on the order of about $10,000, so a drop in the bucket when you're talking about a $2 million purchase. City of Carmel just purchased an electric street sweeper and got the 3CE grant. That was $250,000. That I would venture to say you're not as likely to get it again as quickly, but it is a possibility. We did look into that for the city of Pacific Grove. But even with that, there aren't enough grants to offset the substantial cost difference. And then the other thing is I don't think it's a tried enough technology yet in that large of an application. And then the last thing is the infrastructure. I can't even tell you with certainty that PG&E can deliver the electricity to the fire station here in town that is required for these charging systems. So there may be even bigger challenges to overcome in the grid infrastructure that the city doesn't have ability to control.
Are there any other questions by council members for the chiefs before I open it up to the public? Okay, thank you guys. Stay tuned. Is there anybody in the room here wishing to speak to this item tonight? Anybody in the Zoom world wishing to speak to this? No, it sees nobody. Okay, last call. All right, bring it back to council for direction. Council members, your thoughts? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, both of you. As much as since we had this conversation with the street sweeper, as much as I would love to buy another big electric vehicle, it sounds like the technology isn't quite there yet and the infrastructure isn't quite there yet and the timing is pretty bad. So I would support the acquisition of the diesel fire engine.
Okay. Is that a motion?
I agree.
Yes, I would happily make that. I would make that a motion if.
Okay.
No, I'll second that.
Give a motion and discussion under discussion. I'd agree. I'd like to have gone to the electric route, but I don't think we're right there yet. Cost of the infrastructure is massive, and I just don't know if the industry is quite there with the confidence level of being able to get the equipment functioning and working right. So we'll push that question off for another day.
Yeah, I think it would be very interesting for you to follow these other cities that are putting in the electric and get back to us from time to time when we get approached buying that second one in the future. Because I think you're right. I think it is what we will be doing with the electrification in California. So I'd like to hear more about it occasionally.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Nova, would you call a roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, why don't we then receive a presentation on the modifications to the addition of the California Building Code, residential, energy, fire, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, all of the above. Jermel or Brandon, are you doing this?
I'm just going to tee this one up for Jamel, if that's okay, while Nova gets the presentation up. So we're here tonight learning from the lessons of the past. We're giving you a sneak peek on what we need to adopt this year with the building code and all the other codes along that. So we're going to talk to you tonight about that. Then we're going to have a little community meeting, and then we'll come back with the first and second reading of the ordinances. So Jamel's going to walk you through all that tonight. But this is really just to get that sort of red light, green light, give you an early concept of what's going on so we can get some feedback before we put pen to paper and actually write the amendments that we need to do. So with that, I'll hand it over to our city's building official, Jamel Laurie.
Jermel, welcome.
Thanks, Brandon.
Good evening, Mayor Potter, Council. So yeah, we're just going to go over some, just a few minor things in the, just hit the right, in the building code, and two minor amendments that I'd like to present to council before bringing it up for adoption at the next meeting. So the California Building Standards Commission has adopted the 22 edition of Title 24, which includes all the sections of the code for the built environment. These codes will go into effect January 1, 2023. Local jurisdictions are required to begin enforcing the state codes on that same date, January 1. Local jurisdictions may create more restrictive codes than the state, but they cannot create less restrictive codes. And we'll go into one of our municipal codes that is more restrictive. It's our electrical undergrounding requirement. So the amendment I would like to make to this code is in the bold lettering, and it's simply stating that the valuation of $200,000 shall apply to all construction over a cumulative 5-year period prior to and or after installation of the main electrical service panel. The reason I'd like to put this amendment in is there are some developers that have evaded the undergrounding requirement in the past, whether that is piecemealing pieces of projects over a period of years to avoid the $200,000 threshold for the undergrounding requirement, or they will simply perhaps purchase a property and they'll get the electrical panel changed out, and once that's done, they'll come back with a whole house remodel that has a valuation of $500,000. And the way the code is currently written, we can enforce the undergrounding requirement, which I believe was originally passed in 1975, and I think the intent of the code in the first place was to reduce the telephone poles within the city, therefore reducing perhaps fire danger, power outages, and just overall maintaining the character of the city. The next amendment I'd like to make is for the fire sprinkler requirement. It creates no change whatsoever. It simply highlights the materials used in typical wall construction, and just specification to avoid any confusion from building designers on the sprinkler requirement. Now we're going to the state codes themselves, and I know that this won't be particularly well liked, but the state is now allowing the permit validity for up to 1 year between inspections. Previously, it was 6 months between inspections, and now because of COVID, they've extended it to 1 year between each inspection. So I know that may be disheartening for some, if not all, of the council, but that is a requirement we are required to allow. From a building standpoint, a kind of a significant change on number 4. Window wells were typically designed with ladders to get out of basement crawl space areas for emergency escape and rescue. This is a slight alternate which allows basically 18-inch steps with 5-inch treads, so somebody could possibly step out of the window well for emergency escape. Doesn't really have any effect on how we enforce the codes. It just gives the designers another option as far as that goes. The 2022 Energy Code, which is quite robust, it has the most significant changes. Does encourage electric heat pumps, expands solar installation and battery storage, and strengthens the ventilation standards for just for all Energy Code use. In conjunction with that, it also combines with the electrical code to require electric ready requirements. So you will now be required to have essentially everything for plug and play for electric water heat pumps, cooktops, dryers, and battery systems, energy storage systems. What this actually means is you still at this point in time have the option to use, as far as the appliances go, you do have the option to use gas appliances. However, you have to have all of your infrastructure installed in the house, and you have to have dedicated space for all of the electrical equipment should you sell the house or as an owner decide you want to go all electric as well. So that is the most significant change in our code, or in the state code rather. Number 7 is just a definition for an occupied roof, which didn't have one before, which is typically a roof deck, which we deal with sometimes in town. It doesn't particularly mean anything from a planning standpoint, but from a building standpoint, there was specific language specifically identifying that the occupied roof shall not be included in the building height or the number of stories. So even if you do have a roof deck, that does not count as a 3rd or 4th story. If you're on let's say you're on a 2-story building, it would not count that as a 3-story building. Please disregard number 8. I was doing some further research into that one. That one will not be applicable to our city at all. Just in the significant changes in the building code alone, there's over 420 pages, and that's just the building code. So I have 11 more books to completely wrap my head around. So forgive me for that. Number 9 is actually an interesting one. Previously in commercial construction, you could only have a 4-foot wide entry door, max. You could have double doors, but one door could only be 48 inches wide, max. They've since changed this code, so as long as you comply with all the other code requirements for doors, that's, whether that's pulling strength, the door closing speed, all the other elements of how the doors work, you could have a 10-foot wide door perhaps. So from an architectural standpoint, I thought that'd be very interesting for the council. And on number 10, efficiency dwelling units, which everyone commonly refers to as studios. They did not have a definition in the building code, so they put one in. And previously, your smallest dwelling unit could be 220 square feet, and they've now reduced that to 190 square feet. So our next steps, we're going to be scheduling an educational meeting for the public next Wednesday, October 12th. And that's more of an in-depth, in the weeds presentation for the building community and the public at large, just to kind of get an overall, as far as what I've gotten through in all the classes, just significant updates on what the actual designers will need to present in the building plans. So aside from any different direction, ideally we'll have the first reading of the adoption of the codes at next month's meeting, and the second reading of adoption in December. And as far as building code implementation, as I said previously, the state building codes will go into effect on January 1st, and if approved, the municipal code amendment implementation would go into effect on January 7th, if everything follows the timeline correctly. I do not have it. That's the end of my slides. There are additional amendments in the fire code. I did want to let the council know, so that when you do see the agenda packet, there's approximately 36 amendments. These are standard amendments to the code to create uniformity with the county fire codes and all of the neighboring jurisdictions. So you will see a lot of amendments there, but nothing has changed as far as how we apply the fire code. And that is the end of my presentation.
Are there any questions, Jamel?
I have a question.
Yes.
Sure.
I'm delighted to hear about the the undergrounding over the cumulative, because we have way too many wires everywhere, and that would be helpful. But I'm also noticing all over town we have totem pole trees that have cable hooked to them, and so they don't take down the tree because it's serving as a pole. Is there any way that you know to get the cable companies to stop doing that? I mean, what are the underground rules about cable?
Well, the electrical code says that power cannot be supplied from being connected to a tree. That is an electrical code violation. I am aware that there are situations like that in town. You know, if directed, I'd definitely be willing to do a survey and notify PG&E of all the non-compliant situations as far as the electrical meterizers that are not compliant.
But actually, the issue before us now tonight is the amendments that are being mandated by the state that we have no choice. We have to accept. I think we all have concerns about what you're expressing, but I think maybe better a sidebar conversation with Jermel and Bob. Perhaps Bob Herrera would be better if you want to do that. So
I just, you know, he said there's a book of like 400 pages, so I didn't know whether that might be in there.
It's a building code. Okay, Jeff?
Thank you. I have a question on slide 6.
Sure, Jeff.
So on the EV ready requirements for new homes, there's nothing there for electric vehicle charging systems. So if someone builds a new house in town, they do not have to, the house doesn't have to be EV ready?
No, no, Councilmember Barron, that is already in the current cycle of the code that we're in.
Oh, so if a house just across the street from me was just built from the ground up, so they do not have an EV, but somewhere in that home, the home is EV ready, EV charging
Correct.
ready on the.
Correct. It should have what? Yeah.
Okay.
They do call it EV ready. They are not required to install the actual plug
Sure.
for the EV, because it would depend on what model car you would have. What gauge wires you would put in,
Sure.
what size circuit breaker you would use.
And we have, so you have requirements in here for, like when like, we talked about fire sprinklers, so sprinkling a house when half the house is done, or their requirements presumably for making a house EV ready when they replace an electrical panel or something like that. So is there a construction
There are triggers
threshold?
For significant remodels as well to come into compliance with the codes, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Jamel? All right, is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item, either in the room or on Zoom? There's nobody in the room there, right? Nova?
Looks like we have one speaker on Zoom.
Yes, where is it? Judy.
I can't help but ask, because I've been a citizen for 30 plus years, in the city setbacks, I've witnessed planting from the street, in the 15-foot city easement. Is there any restrictions on homeowners planting in the city easement?
I apologize, that's more of a code enforcement issue.
And probably more related to planning world. Okay, Judy will take that question under submission.
Okay, it just, after Councilmember Barron's comments, it just made me wonder that.
Okay, well, we'll get an answer after we're done with public comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Eden Asturi?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, just real quick. Yeah, I just wanted to say I support those changes, especially the underground utility and the dry well clarification. I know the fire department has already required that for some time, but that helps with some clarification. And the energy code updates. A quick question I had was on the building height on the roof decks. I wouldn't want the. I mean, that doesn't include the railings or anything else. I wouldn't think that could get out of hand at some point if that included everything else, or is that just talking about the roof deck?
Yeah, so from the building code standpoint, they specifically put that language in, and so technically from a building standpoint and that, from the planning standpoint, that's going to be a totally different issue. But that was just some specific language that they put in the new cycle that will be adopted.
Understood.
All righty. Are there any other questions? I don't see anything. Nova?
I don't see any speakers on Zoom.
All right, we'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council for direction.
Mayor Potter, I'm sorry. May I say one more thing? Yeah. I'd feel remiss as the building official not to just answer Council Member Tice's earlier question regarding addressing, if I may.
Sure.
The requirement for addressing, yes, it is in the fire code and the building code. So I did want to answer your question.
Brandon, do you want to try to answer Judy Tollner's question? Sure. Briefly.
Yeah, so the short answer is yes, you're allowed to put landscaping in the right-of-way in the front. So a partnership between the Community Planning and Building Department and the Public Works Department, if you're going to build a structure, think like a fence or anything that's constructed, then that requires an encroachment permit. We do not require encroachment permits for just landscaping. We do, however, require a design study, which is reviewed in partnership with the Community Planning and Building Department and the forester to make sure the correct plants are placed there. But any sort of hardscape or structures, anything vertical off the ground that is not a plant, that requires an encroachment. So we do actually allow and encourage landscaping in the front. And in fact, our code, there's a section that says when someone puts landscaping in the right-of-way, the property owner adjacent to that right-of-way is responsible for maintaining that landscaping in the city.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. Okay, council members, are there others? So this is something that we've done before. Historically, we have no choice in adopting these. We've highlighted what's being made more draconian on the local level, But we have had a good public outreach meeting with the builders themselves, so they have a better understanding of what they're supposed to be doing, the modification, so I really support it. In fact, I attended to them, I think. So if there's no any concerns, I move adoption. No, yeah, we're going to do this at a subsequent meeting. This is just provide direction, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, so Councilman Mazzara, look to you. We've got three more items I think we can get through
Thank you
relatively
very much.
quickly, but then we could go to or would you rather go to a bio break now?
I would like to,
Now?
yes.
Okay, we'll take a bio break now. We'll come back at 6:45.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, about 10 minutes. discussion regarding potential amendments to the City Mills Act policy. Who is handling that? Where is our staff person? Marnie? Marnie, where is Marnie? Oh, there you are, Marnie. Okay, Marnie, the floor is yours.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
All righty.
If I could get permissions, please. Okay. All right, does that look correct? Can everyone see the presentation?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So before the council this evening is the Mills Act policy, just a discussion and looking for direction from the council on whether or not you want to make any changes to the policy. So by way of a background, the Mills Act is actually a state law that was adopted in 1972, and it provides for a property tax reduction for owners of historic properties who agree to comply with certain preservation restrictions and in return use the property tax savings to help offset the cost of maintaining and rehabilitating their historic resource. So in Carmel, a property must be listed on both our local historic inventory as well as our local register. And eligible properties are those which represent at least one theme in our context statement. They retain their historic integrity, are at least 50 years old. And there's a couple other criteria here that historic resources must meet in order to qualify for listing. So back in 2004, the City Council adopted the Mills Act program as part of our local coastal program. In 2010, the City Council adopted a Mills Act policy, and this policy limited the number of contracts for residential properties to 3 in a calendar year. The council wanted to revisit the policy 5 years later, so in 2016, staff returned with the policy, and the council elected at that time to change the limits to 15 contracts in any 3 calendar year period. And so those are the limits that we are currently operating under. The council did revisit the policy in 2020. No changes were made, but in 2020, the council did adopt a standard contract language. So all contracts going forward are consistent. So one of the terms of the contract is that it renews automatically every year. On the 10th anniversary of the contract, the city can choose whether to issue a notice of non-renewal. If that notice is issued, then the contract would expire 10 years from the date of issuance. So that is the base 20-year contract. If the city does not issue the notice of non-renewal, the contract will continue to renew on an annual basis, pretty much indefinitely until such time that we issue the notice of non-renewal. So staff is asking the City Council to review the current policy and provide direction to staff on whether to make any changes. And below are some potential changes for the council's consideration. And then this is, again, whether to issue that notice of non-renewal on the 10th anniversary so that an existing contract would end at the 20-year mark. Also, whether to change the number of contracts that we enter into during a specified period of time. The council could also provide direction on whether to place a limit on qualifying historic properties based on their market rate property value. And this was something that I believe Council Member Ferlito had brought up at a prior meeting when considering a Mills Act contract. And certainly there are other provisions. If you would like to add to the policy, you can certainly direct us to do that this evening. And staff will receive direction, and if there's any revised policy language that you'd like us to include, we would bring that back for adoption at a future hearing. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Marnie, very good, concise presentation. Are there any questions by council members at this time?
Yes.
Jeff?
Thank you. Marnie, on slide 5, a technical question. So it says contracts automatically renew every year. On the 10th anniversary, the city can choose whether to issue a notice of non-renewal. Can the city decide after, say, 4 years to issue a notice of non-renewal, and then the contract would expire after like year 14? Is that how this works? Or do we have to wait until year 10 and then the contract expires in year 20?
So my understanding of the contract language is that they are given 10 years. So we could not terminate the contract before the 10th anniversary unless it was for cause. So if they weren't fulfilling their obligations under the contract.
But can we issue a notice of non-renewal in year 4, at which point the contract would terminate automatically after year 14? Like if we decide in year 4 that we're just done with the Mills Act, can we issue a big big notice to all of the Mills Act recipients, and they would all then terminate 10 years later? Is that how our contract is written, or can we not even issue the notice until they're 10 years old, at which point we have to wait another 20 years? Another 10 years, which would make it year 20.
Yeah, the state law provides that you get 20 years under the contract. So, even if we issued a notice of non-renewal in year 4, my understanding is that we have to guarantee them at least 10 years, plus the 10 years after the 10th anniversary. So the base time for the contract is 20 years as the state law is written.
And so I would defer, so one question I guess I would have is there like no flexibility in that, or?
I think we would have to do some research on that and
Okay.
get back to you. Yeah.
And then my other question is, I know you guys do inspections every year to, make sure that how the homeowner is, or the property owner is keeping up with their, with their requirements as specified in that contract. Is there a fee for that?
No, there is not.
And that time is not covered in the initial application fee either, so that's sort of gratis on the part of the city?
I think it's assumed that it's part of the initial application fee.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Carrie?
So after 10 years, Marnie, do they have to submit another plan for 10 years? Or do they just get another 10 years of tax property benefit?
So on the 10th anniversary, if the city did not issue the notice of non-renewal, they would need to submit another 10-year maintenance plan. And again, that contract is going to automatically renew every year. So it's a rolling 10 years. So at year 15, if we decide to go ahead and issue the notice of non-renewal, they still get the property tax savings for another 10 years before the contract terminates.
Thank you.
Karen?
Yes, Marnie, did you do any research into what the valuation question that I asked as far as what goes on? I think the county had a valuation of $3 million for private property and $5 million for commercial property. But did you do any looking into what the other cities around have in their ordinance?
So I have not done that research yet. If that is something that the council would like us to explore, we can certainly do that and come back to you with that information on what surrounding jurisdictions may have as far as value limits.
There is no time sensitivity to this item, so you could we could continue it for further direction and answer the questions, but.
Okay, and the other question that I had is, I don't really understand this, how the valuation works as far as a rental fee when people are living in it. Could you explain that a little? For the valuation for the assessor to reduce the taxes.
Yeah, so essentially, a typical property that's not under a Mills Act contract has their property taxes based on their market value. When a Mills Act contract is entered into, the county has to determine an alternative value for the property, and then for the basis of how to assess their taxes. And it is complex. My understanding is that there's about 3 options that the county assessor will look at, and they will run alternative values, and then they will choose the lower of the 3 values as the Mills Act value for the property. I am not well versed enough to be able to explain how they do those calculations. So that's probably the simplest way to present it at this point.
Any other questions of council members before I open up the public? I don't see anybody. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item? In the public, in this room, and anybody in the Zoom world, is there anybody wishing to comment on this item? I don't see anybody. Nova?
I don't see any speakers on Zoom.
All right. Okay, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council for direction. I think the Mills Act has value, quite frankly. I think its intent is good. I know some people have concerns about the loss of property taxes, but I think when you look at the successes we've had to date, I come from a town that was founded in 1635 and hasn't changed a whole lot. You got to go ahead and you can't even change your doorknob, but it's got an incredible preservation factor that's immeasurable. So what I think is good is that the fact is we've got a program that works well here. I'd rather see it extended, but I don't necessarily, if you want to get your questions asked and answered. Karen, further, I mean.
Well, yes, I would like a little more explanation about the valuations and what the rest of the region is doing. I am a little concerned that 15 of them in 3 years. I would be more comfortable probably with 3 per year like it was, because I think it is a burden on the staff and there is no fee for it. So our staff is already processing so many other things that I think less might be better than the 15 that we have right now.
Kelly.
So I do agree with the mayor that this is an incentive to keep our older buildings in good shape. I guess I have some concern that it keeps going on and on and on. Mm-hmm. And so I'd like to get our arms around that a little bit. I mean, a 20-year reduction in property tax seems sufficient to me. And that maybe there should be some type of pause at the end of 10 years, the first 10 years, that we issue the notice of termination or whatever it's called, and then at the 20-year mark they can reapply. I guess I'm trying to understand. I don't know if when we look at these Mills Act contracts, and they're over 10 years, they're spending a couple $100,000, but I'm not sure how long they should get a benefit of that. That's my question.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Bobby.
Yeah, well, since, Carrie and I were on council when we adopted this originally in 2016, and I still believe it's a great program. I think it's a great program to keep some of our historic buildings in the people that buy these historic buildings motivated to keep them updated and upgraded and keep the historicity of our town. I too have a problem with the 20 year. That's a rough go. I mean, 25 years they're still paying these low taxes. I don't think that there's a way that we could just give a 10-year now and tell them right now that we're not going to redo it in 10 years. I don't think that we can do that, but I would like to see something like that, a limit on the 20 years. I think 20 years is enough of a tax break for some of these homes. So I don't know if we can do anything like that.
Jeff?
Yes, so I agree with Gary and Bobby. I personally think that 20 years is too long. I think that we see these contracts and they sign up for 10 years. And I think 10 years is a good amount of time. And I think that we should have them reapply after 10 years with a new plan if they want to go, and if they want to go for years 11 through 20. And if the way we need to do that is to issue a notice of non-renewal, after 3 months, then I think we should do that. Just give them the standard non-renewal after 3 months, and in 10 years they can apply again. And I think that one of the side benefits of that is that if, as Karen is suggesting, we have maybe too many of these things, maybe someone else should get the benefit of having this property tax reduction after 10 years. So if we have 5 a year, we have 50 of these things on the books at any one time. In year 11, maybe we need to rotate through other properties and give someone else the benefit of having the fee reduction, the tax reduction as well. I share Karen's concerns about the dollar amounts, and I certainly would like to see a limit as to what the upper limit is on sort of how much of a property tax reduction will give. I know that the reductions today, that are on the agenda later are in the sort of, presumably they're in the $10,000 a year range, and that seems okay. But something that was in the $20,000 range seems a bit excessive for someone that might be purchasing a $4 million house. So I'm struggling with that. And I struggle with, as everybody knows, I certainly struggle with that with commercial properties too, where the owner is incentivized already by increased rents or whatever to keep up their buildings. They have a different incentive. And so I really struggle with commercial properties, and maybe we could find a way to impose sort of a uniform limit like some of the other jurisdictions do, and that way. So I would like to see a more robust council discussion at some point about what our policy is. I agree with everybody that this is a good program, and it incentivizes people to keep their historic buildings up to date. But I think we need to have a serious conversation about the limits that we have on this program.
Yeah, and I would also like to say that it's my understanding you can transfer this if you sell the property to the new owner. Mm-hmm. So, that's another complication of this, and that's also an incentive in some ways. It's an added bonus when you're advertising a property for sale, that it comes with this big tax reduction. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that too, because this law was formed in the 1970s, and home valuations were far different than they are now. And when we're talking about $9 and $10 million homes and $13 million properties and so on, that's a much bigger tax hit for our local schools as well. So I think we need to really look at this a little more seriously and see about reducing the number of them. We can always add to it again if that seems like the staff can handle all that, but I am concerned that we're doing something that burdens our staff even further.
All right, so this is under direction anyway. I mean, honestly, it's not going to affect the guys that are coming later in the evening, or any by stretch of my imagination. They'll play by the rules that are in place now, so I don't have a problem with continuing this. I think the directions have been good. I do think we all concur that there is value to the community when we talk about historic preservation with the Mills Act. We just want to make sure that it's equitable both financially to the city and also to the applicant. So, good discussion. All right, let's talk about possibly amending the rules of qualifications for the HRB members. Nova, are you taking this?
Yes.
Good work.
I'm going to take one of these.
Help yourself.
Thank
Good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item before you is a discussion regarding amending the qualifications for the Historic Resources Board. As you know, the Historic Resources Board, also called HRB for short, consists of 5 members. The purpose of the board is to carry out the policies of the architectural, cultural, and historic element in the general plan, and serves as an advisory board to the Planning Commission and City Council. HRB currently has 4 members and 1 unscheduled vacancy. The municipal code has very specific qualifications for the members and those who wish to apply, which has impacted the ability to fill vacancies due to the limited pool of applicants. Council may want to consider amending the qualifications to expand the pool of applicants. To accomplish this, council would need to direct staff to come back with an ordinance to amend City Code Chapter 2.74.010. The current code says that there must be 3 professional members on the board, consisting of 1 member from each of the following combined fields: history, architectural history or urban design, architecture or historic architecture, archaeology, anthropology, paleontology. The remaining 2 members may represent any of those fields mentioned, or construction, planning, geography, landscape, architecture, urban design, ethnography, fine arts, or real estate. Additionally, the code says that all members shall be residents and electors of the city, except in the event that no resident can be found with the requisite expertise. We can have 1 member that lives outside of the city limits within the sphere of influence. And then also, if members with the required expertise cannot be found, council can substitute 1 or more members with somebody who has demonstrated an interest in historic preservation. Sorry. So, some options for council to consider in order to expand the pool of applicants could be to allow up to 2 members to reside outside of the city limits or sphere, so long as that member is a qualified professional who owns or operates a business and practices their trade within city limits, or is a qualified professional who works within city limits practicing their trade, trade meaning any field relevant to the HRB. Council could also specify what type of business that means, or the time frame that the business has been operating, how long they've worked there. Other options would be to specify that the pool of applicants could be living within Monterey County or within a certain distance of Carmel. Or there could be other direction for staff. Any amendments that council would like to make would just require direction for staff to come back with a first reading ordinance to amend city code. So I'll do my best to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Nova. Well done. Any questions of Nova at this time by council members? I don't see this, but anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item? Anybody in the room? Anybody in Zoom world? Zoomers? 3-minute limitation on testimony. Eden, you're back. Good to see you. You have the floor. You might be muted.
Present.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Potter and council members, and for the presentation. There was a letter the local AIA sent out. I don't know if anybody got a copy of it, but I wanted to just maybe read it quickly or express our feelings on the matter. But the letter states, Mayor Potter and City Council members, I'll paraphrase some of it to go by quicker. It's recently come to our attention that an agenda item for your upcoming City Council meeting is to consider revising the city chapter to allow non-residents to sit on the Historic Resources Board. While we fully support the idea of allowing professionals who live outside the city, it seems that to expand the pool, we would urge the City Council to expand the pool of eligible professionals beyond those who just own a business within the city limits. This county City Council needs to limit the geographic area, perhaps limiting it to professionals residing within Monterey County or specific zip codes would be appropriate. The problem of finding qualified professionals within a small confines of the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea and its sphere of influence is only becoming more difficult. While the need is critical, there are now no architects sitting on the HRB, which is required by ordinance, nor the Planning Commission, which is recommended in the municipal code. We would also strongly urge the City Council to revise the relevant requirements for the Planning Commission to match the above. As many other jurisdictions have found, Planning Commissions and Historic Resources Board operate better when an architect is on the board. It is particularly relevant in the current city climate where there appears to be a resurgent debate as to the appropriate style of architecture within the city limits. Often lost in the debate surrounding style are the more important characteristics of scale, mass, siting, which are so crucial to the look and feel of the city. We do strongly feel that architects, through their education and experience, are uniquely qualified to judge a prospective project on these grounds and can often help elevate a dialogue beyond mere issues of style and ornamentation. Again, we think that current direction as it applies to the HRB is a good one. We would only urge you to remove the requirement that said board member own a business within the city limits. The option one where it states and is an active member of the development community is an important one, and I think there's quite a few that don't necessarily have a business within the city limits. We'd also strongly urge you to pursue a similar expansion of eligibility for the Planning Commission, which is currently operating without a licensed architect. And that's on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Monterey Chapter AIA. Thank you.
Mr. Asturi. Appreciate your input. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to this topic tonight? No, but what do you think? Anybody else?
I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
All right. Okay, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council for direction. Now, this has its genesis with Bobby and I having difficulty finding people to fill the HRB positions. We've had 2 architects quit recently, and they're both qualified. I don't really have a problem with considering the issues that Eden just brought up, possibly, but they'd have to have some familiarity with Carmel. We don't want just somebody to parachute in from, King City or something and saying they wanted to be on our design review board.
Right.
So I think that's an issue. So, anybody else? Carrie.
I think the issue is one that we need to address. The way it's written in the staff, I think it's too restrictive. I think you could still say that an architect had to work on a project in Carmel or projects and understood the Secretary of State, Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation. I think that would say that they would have to have some connection to Carmel because I think we're finding that, like you and Bobby say, it's hard to find somebody who owns a business and works in Carmel. So maybe there could be something in there about having experience working with homes and historicity in Carmel.
Sure, I think that's a really good point. Thomas is a classic example of somebody who works out of his house, lived in Carmel, worked out of his house here, but now lives out in Tierra Grande and doesn't qualify. He wouldn't qualify under the new rules either because he didn't have an office here. Good point. Anybody else? Jeff?
Yeah, I would say that I agree with Carrie's sort of revision to the I think in the staff report, it talks about business owner, and I would sort of agree to Carrie's revision of the concept of what it means, rather than business owner, someone who's familiar with the town or has done a project in town or something like that. So a slight change in the wording, there. And I want to be clear, I guess Nova or Brandon, we're talking about, I think the way the code is written now, only one of the 5 members is allowed to be outside the jurisdiction. And so this would be a change so that 2 of the 5 members would be allowed to be from outside the jurisdiction. That's correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Karen?
Yes, I actually liked the letter from the AIA and their suggestions. I think that it's well thought out, and we should seek to find the best candidates possible. They still have to go through an interview process, and along with the other restrictions. So there, if someone who was totally not appropriate, totally out of the area, that would come up in the interview. So we could pick a few zip codes, 93940, 93922, 93924, if we wanted to do it that way. But I really do think we have to expand, and I really like the idea of expanding the Planning Commission as well, and even Forest and Beach. I know one of our former Forest and Beach members who now lives in Jack's Peak would love to come back and be on Forest and Beach, and he's precluded from doing that. So as our town loses more and more of our full-time residents, we're having a harder time filling these commissions. And I look forward to seeing us expand a little to get the best qualified candidates we can.
Well, since it sounds to me like we have direction. Nova, are you clear?
Yeah, it sounds like.
Can I say something?
I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to put you out. Sorry about it. Yeah.
No, I think to strengthen our bench, I think this is a wise move. And ultimately, it is the council's decision. And so if any one of us felt that somebody wasn't appropriate for the position, they could be talked about and surfaced right at that point.
Good point. All righty. Nova, direction. Brandon, you north-south too.
Yeah.
Just really quickly, I think we would maybe like direction from the council if your direction includes expanding, coming back to you with language to expand both the Planning Commission and Forest Beach Commission as well, or just bringing back an expansion of the Planning Commission.
I was saying just HRB myself, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of state law. I think all the Planning Commission members have to be residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea, so I don't think that that's really a possibility. And then, this is one of the reasons for, grant me 15 seconds. This is one of the reasons to separate the DRB functionality out from the Planning Commission, and that we could easily expand the DRB pool of applicants to include people from that are not electors in the city of Carmel. And I think that is a big advantage to doing that. But the Planning Commission, I don't believe we can do that, and I would not support that.
I'd agree. Okay, we have concurrence. Yeah.
Stick to the HRB.
All right, I think we're clear then on this direction. We're still HRB only. All right, why don't we move on then to item number 12, which is the discussion regarding the rescission of ordinance 2022-002, which is the rules of conduct for meetings of legislative body by city for village, an outgrowth of the COVID crisis. Nova, who's handling this? All right.
So this item before you is a discussion to consider whether to repeal urgency ordinance 2022-002, which is the rules of conduct for attending meetings of legislative bodies. To give a brief timeline and summary, there was urgency ordinance 2022-001, which was adopted in February of this year, creating rules for conduct regarding wearing masks and showing proof of vaccination to enter certain city buildings. The ordinance was based on the guidance from the Monterey County Public Health Department at that time. And then in April, council amended the ordinance with urgency ordinance 2022-002, which allowed for in-person attendance at meetings of legislative bodies, so long as a face mask is worn and proof of vaccine is shown. Since April, Carmel City Council and some boards and commissions have transitioned to hybrid meetings, providing in-person and virtual attendance options. So these urgency ordinances were adopted based on the guidance at the time from the Monterey County Public Health Department, which had reinstated the universal indoor masking requirement in December due to the Omicron variant, which spreads much more easily than the previous Delta variant. Indoor masking in public settings during the winter season was an important tool to decrease community transmission during the Omicron surge. Additionally, the city has a duty to ensure a safe work environment for employees, and the main priority for the city of Carmel has always been to keep the community safe and to keep employees safe as well. Since the adoption of the last urgency ordinance in April, the guidance on masking from the Monterey County Public Health Department has changed. The Monterey County Health Department now defers their guidance on masking to the California State Department of Public Health. And as of September 23rd, which was a little over a week ago, their guidance has shifted from a strong recommendation for the general population to mask in all indoor settings at all times to using the CDC community levels to help inform masking recommendations. So on this slide, you'll see the link to the website where you can go and just type in whatever state you're in and whatever county, and then it'll show you what the level is. And it's updated every week on Thursday. So these CDC community levels are determined by hospital-based metric data, which is a formula based on COVID-19 hospital admissions, the percentage of beds occupied with COVID-19, and new cases per 100,000 population. The community levels are broken down into tiers, referred to as low, medium, or high, and are intended to provide a broad framework for jurisdictions to use and adapt based on local needs. So just to go over the 3 tiers really quickly, if the CDC community level is low, the recommendation is to focus on prevention, which is staying up to date on vaccines and testing if you have symptoms. Medium means there's a stronger emphasis on protecting people who are immunocompromised and enhanced prevention measures for higher risk settings. And then lastly, if the level is high, the focus is on wearing masks indoors, in public, and providing added protection to populations at high risk. So currently, the Monterey County COVID-19 community level is low. So based on the guidance from the state health department, the guidance for the community would be to stay up to date with vaccines, get tested if you have symptoms. People may choose to mask at any time, and people with symptoms or positive test or exposure should wear a mask. However, as I just mentioned previously, under the same guidance from the state health department, it also says that these community levels are intended to be a broad framework for jurisdictions to use and adapt based on local needs. Another note before council begins their discussion on what the next steps may be, I just wanted to point out that repealing or replacing this current urgency ordinance that outlines the rules regarding mask requirements for in-person meetings does not mean that the declared state of emergency no longer exists. It also does not affect the council's ability to continue to meet by teleconference under AB 361 or having hybrid meetings, so long as certain conditions are met. So tonight, the discussion is regarding the current urgency ordinance and whether or not to repeal or replace it or provide some other direction to staff. So some options to consider would be to direct staff to come back with an ordinance to repeal urgency ordinance 2022-002 based on the most recent guidance from the California Department of Public Health, which was just updated September 23rd, or direct staff to come back with an ordinance to repeal and replace this ordinance with new rules of conduct for attending meetings in person. Maybe the guidelines could change based on whether we're on low, medium, or high tier, or provide some other direction to staff. So that's the end of my presentation, and I'll do my best to answer any questions you have.
Another stellar job, well done. Are there any questions to know by staff at this time?
Yes, I have a
Councilor,
question on the second option. Does that mean that, let's just say right now it's low, so masking would not be necessary, but we would put up a sign in November if it had gone up to medium or high, that mask could be required that night due to the change? Does that give us that option?
I mean, I think there would be a way to come up with some sort of language that says that the pandemic is always changing, and especially as we're heading into the winter months with flu season and everything. Right now we're in low, but this could change in a couple weeks. So maybe there would be a way to say, I mean, I would need help drafting that ordinance, but a way to say that the guidance will change based on the council's direction, based on the CDC
Brian,
community
perhaps you
levels
could
or something
weigh
like
in
that.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
food for
I
thought.
think I can provide some information on this. Under the second option, we could draft an urgency ordinance that would say that masks would be required when the level is, and then you fill in the blank. In the urgency ordinance, you put in medium and high, or just high, whereas when it's low, obviously
Yeah.
that's the easy one. I think the only direction point would be, do you want, well, first of all, whether you want to do option 2 at all, as opposed to option 1, and if you do want to do option 2, do you want to include in that urgency ordinance that masks will be required when you're at the medium and high level, or perhaps just the high level?
All right. I'm comfortable with that recommendation. What does the rest of the council think? Jeff?
I think we should ask the public first.
Okay.
Well, what?
No, I think we want to make
No.
sure that's the public.
Oh,
Yeah. I just was looking to see if you had questions.
Oh, no.
Okay, all right.
No.
Take it out to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item? If so, please step forward. 3-minute limitation on the testimony. Anybody in the room here or in Zoom land? I don't see anybody in the room. How about Zoom world?
I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
All right, we'll bring it back then. Close the public comment period. Bring it back to council for direction. Jeff? Now you can tell me. Now you can be comfortable.
I would be comfortable with option 2. Obviously I would prefer the medium or high levels to sort of require masking rather than just the high level. My question, I guess for staff, is whether we would make this determination just once a month, or whether we would make it once a week, or whether we would make it every day when a meeting's going to be in place, or can we publish, like, how do would we need to publicize it in advance, or
Well,
sort of all around that?
okay, I've got answers to all those questions.
Great.
The answer would be, your ordinance is going to say that it's going to be at the medium or high level, and you make that decision when your agenda is posted. So when the agenda is posted, you can put on the agenda, because the level is medium or high, whatever it is, masks, the rules of conduct that apply, and then we'll say what they are. You must be vaccinated, you must have masks, if you're going to use the same rules that we have now. So that's how the public would get notice. If you wanted to do more than that, you could put it out in your Friday letter, or whatever other your social media, or however else you want to get the word out. But at least get it into the agenda and maybe do more.
Any other comments? Carrie?
Jeff, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
So I'm okay with option 2 in regards to having a level defined by the Public Health Department in regards to masks. I'm getting a little more uncomfortable about the strict vaccination requirement. I think we've learned a lot since the first vaccinations have come out. So I would like to get rid of the vax requirement. I think we turned away at least one person that I know this evening because they decided they didn't want to wear a mask. We're still not getting a lot of people in our city hall in person. So I think I would like to get rid of the vax requirement. And what about the emergency authority for CHIP? Is that part of this? I didn't see any mention to that, but I think we're not in an emergency situation. So I was hoping that part we would rescind CHIP's emergency authority.
That would be option number 1, wouldn't it?
Well, it could be part of 2 as long as we are.
Dovetail it into number 2.
As long as we're specific.
Well, I would support vax, and I would also support if it was high. I don't think that we need to be medium. I would prefer it to be the high level before masks were required.
What do you mean by vax? I'm sorry.
I support what you said about the vaccine, and I would like it to be high level, not medium level for masks. I mean, I'm going to be on an airplane Monday, and I'm not going to have a mask on. But here, and I understand why we have to do it, but that would be my hope.
All right, this is direction as to how to craft the ordinance, so.
Mayor, could I ask a question? I heard something about CHIP's emergency authority, and I don't think there's anything that you're talking about here that's going to impact that. You still have your declaration and proclamation of an emergency. I think the only thing under discussion now is whether or not to revise your current urgency ordinance, and if so, how?
Okay, comfortable. All right, I'll support the suggestions of Carrie and Bobby. I think we do need something in place so that we can go ahead and immediately act if something does occur that's severe. We don't have to come back and have another ordinance passed. We'll have this in place in case things do get dire. It makes a lot of sense.
I do prefer vaccine requirements because I think that is what's keeping people from dying right now. And I feel very strongly about that. But
Okay.
I like 2 better than 1 because they are warning that we may experience another winter surge here, and there are 2 new variants. And so I think by keeping 2, at least we have that option to reinstate masking, like Brian said, on the agenda so that people know. And I did just come back on an airplane, and there were several people masked, but a whole lot of people not masked, and you're really crammed into that little airplane. I think it's a little more dangerous, actually, in the terminals. On the airplane, it's quite filtered air. The terminals are very, very crowded right now.
Jeff?
Thank you. Going back to a point I didn't address, I'm with Councilmember Tice. I would be okay with dropping the vaccination requirement. But unlike Councilmember Richards, I would prefer that the mask requirement be medium or high. I would prefer to take sort of baby steps in this direction towards loosening up, at least in the beginning. See how that goes, see how comfortable we go. I think for me, and I think some members of the community, we need to just be comfortable with it, and I would prefer that it was that way.
I concur.
I could concur too, I guess, if I wanted to, just in the interest of brotherhood here. No, I don't have a problem with that. I do think the vaccines have made a difference. And I think it's kind of, it gives me a little bit more comfort to know that somebody has been vaccinated. I'll support that. It's under direction anyway. So do we have 3? We got 3. Do we have 4 or 5?
Let me make sure we're clear. So we're dropping the vax requirement, and we're going to medium and high.
I thought we were going high.
Oh, just high?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which was high?
I would prefer
He was for
You
medium.
prefer.
medium or high.
Mhm. He
And
was-
And I'm high.
mhm.
Hey, Debbie, admit that in a public meeting, Bobby. All right,
You know, if the numbers are going up from low to medium, then the next step is medium to high. So I think medium and high is a better way to go than doing away with just getting to high. Because we do have to think about our employees too.
well, I tell you what, I'll go ahead and support it as long as it's the understanding that with the test case, that we'll let it go for 2 months or 3 months, and we'll bring it back then. Okay, so Brian, you want to word it for 3 months?
Well, it'll be in effect until you change it.
Yeah.
So to make sure that I've understood what, I guess somebody's going to have to make a motion on this. But what I'm hearing is at least there's a majority of the council that wants it to be option 2, masks only, no vaccinations, and it's for medium and high.
That would be my choice, yes.
So somebody should,
That's not my choice, but
Okay, thank you.
as Dave says, in the interest of brotherhood, yeah, because otherwise we'll be here all night.
All right.
so my advice is somebody makes that motion and you actually vote on that.
I would make a motion to direct staff to come back with an ordinance to repeal and replace urgency ordinance 2022-002 with new rules of conduct for attending meetings in person, dropping the vaccination requirement and basing the masking requirement on guidelines based on the current CDPH guidance at the time, requiring masks when the level is medium or high.
Second. You have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Nova, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you
right,
all.
now maybe we can move on to an item that has no controversy associated with it at the moment. Item number 13 is introduce ordinance number 2022-003, first reading, amending municipal code section 2.52.630, pertaining to eligibility for new hires to use accrued vacation leave in the first year of employment. Max, are you handling this, or?
Yes, I'm actually going to hand it over to Brian for the the introduction of the ordinance.
Sorry, but I think what you're going to want from me is to read the title
Yes.
after you've done the staff report.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah,
My apologies. So recently, last month, we brought the MOUs for all of our bargaining units to council that were approved. And during labor negotiations for the general unit and management unit, city council was agreed with, we have in our Muni code that new hires cannot use their vacation until after 1 year of continuous service. And being that we just recently did a huge hiring flurry of over 31 new employees, and that council was also approved the holiday closure coming up, we wanted to make sure that this did not negatively impact our city employees. And again, this was something that all of city council during labor negotiations was in agreement with. So tonight is more just administrative so that we can make the administrative change in our Muni code.
That's my previous comment about lack of complexity to this topic. Yeah. Yeah.
So that is my presentation.
Okay, so Brian, you want to go ahead and read it?
Did you want to take public comment first? Or?
Oh, yeah, I guess we'll. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item? I can't imagine there is. Is there, Brian? I mean,
Okay.
Katie, no.
So I'll read the title.
Yeah, read the title, Brian.
Hi. So ordinance number 2022-003, an ordinance amending section 2.52.630 regarding eligibility for new hires to use accrued vacation leave in the first year of employment.
Good. I move adoption.
And you'll need to move for the introduction what it says in the agenda.
You want me to do that?
Yeah, would you please?
Yes, I would move that we waive the reading in full and introduce on first reading ordinance 2022-003, amending municipal code section 2.5, 52.630 pertaining to eligibility for new hires to use accrued vacation leave in the first year of employment.
Second?
Excellent. All right, we have a motion over the second. We've had discussion and rolling over. Would you give the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, we have three almost identical items, but the first one is MA 22-204, apprentice, consideration of a recommendation from the Historic Review Board to the City Council that the city enter into a Mills Act historic property contract with property located on the corner of Viscano Avenue, 12 southwest of Mountain View Avenue, APN number 010-055-021.
Thank you,
Brandon.
Mr. Mayor and City Council. Just a quick tee off for Catherine before she gets started. So we've got 3 of these to go through tonight. You're on such a roll. We've put together the presentation in such a way that Catherine's going to hit you with the first item and really explain the Mills Act and how it works. And then you'll find in the second two that it's more about the specific property. So we'll try to get you
Very
through
glad
these
to hear that.
relatively quickly. I know, Mr. Mayor, you probably more than anybody appreciate the brevity of that. And I also wanted to just come up because this is Catherine's first presentation. I know you've all met her, but Catherine Wallace is one of our newest staff members and is doing a fantastic job with the city. So I'm excited to turn it over to Catherine Wallace for her presentation.
Catherine, welcome aboard. Thank you for the guided tour today.
Thanks for the introduction, Brandon. Good evening. Nice to meet you all. I'm Catherine Wallace. I'm an associate planner. I'll be presenting 3 Mills Act applications to you this evening. The first being apprentice. So Marnie gave you a primer earlier this evening on the Mills Act program. It's an incentive program for properties listed on the Carmel Register. The Historic Review Board approves properties to be on the register, and through Mills Act contracts, there's a reduction in the property tax in exchange for rehabbing, maintaining, and preserving properties. The first home this evening is the Marion Daniel Shand House, located at Viscano Avenue, 12 southwest of Mountain View Avenue. It's an English cottage-style residence constructed in 1923. There is a modern style addition on the south elevation designed by architect Hugh Comstock in 1937. And this is a property significant for architecture. It was constructed with an innovative duplex block construction. It was the first example of this type of construction in Carmel. So there are 5 findings that staff needs to make to recommend a Mills Act contract. The first finding is that the building is designated as a historic resource, and it's listed on the Carmel Register. This building is on the inventory, and the HRB has approved it to be on the register. Finding 2 is that the proposed rehabilitation and restoration and maintenance plan is sufficient enough and detailed enough to guide long-term maintenance of the resource. So staff has reviewed the plan, and it's more significant than just routine maintenance that any property would be subject to. In this instance, a rehabilitation and maintenance plan was prepared by our professional historian Kent Seavey, and it includes various elements, including termite mitigation maintenance, ductwork, work in the attic, new roof, maintaining the roof, work on the chimney, doors and windows, stucco, painting, dry rot, some mold mitigation, and also work on landscaping. And you'll see in all of the applications tonight involve tree pruning because we don't want any limbs falling on the building. We can come back to specific line items on the resource plan if you have questions. The third finding is about alterations, and we're confirming that any rehabilitation and maintenance work would be performed in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. So no work would alter or diminish the resource or increase, there's no plan to increase the floor area of this cottage. And there will be no second-story addition either. The fourth finding, the Mills Act contract will aid in offsetting the cost of rehabbing and maintaining the historic resource. So there is a reduction in tax liability for the property owner, typically 40 to 60% tax reduction. And those funds are allocated to the rehabilitation projects outlined in the maintenance plan. And the fifth finding is that the approval of a Mills Act contract would represent an equitable balance of public and private interests and would not result in a substantial adverse financial impact on the city. So while there is a reduction in tax revenue, 6% of the tax bill would go to the city's tax base. There's only been, as you heard earlier, there's a 15 contract limit for a 3-year period. So in our 3-year period, you've approved 1 contract in 2019 and 1 this year. And staff finds that the value of historic preservation offsets the loss in revenue. So staff does recommend that City Council adopt a Mills Act contract for this property located at Vizcaino Avenue, 12 southwest of Mountain View, also known as the Marion Daniels Shant House. That concludes my presentation, and we do have the property owner on the line this evening.
All righty. Is there anybody, any questions of Catherine at this moment? I'd like to have the applicant speak if you'd like to for a moment. Is there any questions of Catherine? All right. Is the owner present, and would you like to make a statement, sir? You don't feel you have to, but if you'd like to. You need to unmute yourself over here.
Me okay?
Yep, you're good.
So Kent Seavey checked the house out. He's the approved architectural historian. And then Seth Bergstein did, and they were so amazing in showing that the historical value. Well, we got into it. Well, before we even got into the whole Mills Act thing, we've put in tons to try and make it beautiful because we love it. We're not interested in renting the house. We're not interested in flipping the house. But any help we get would be welcomed because we want to make it beautiful and we want to keep it the historical beauty that it is. So if you have any questions, council, please ask me. I could go line for line, but the tax savings that we expect to obtain is so small compared to what we already have put into the home. So I respect your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to this item in the public? I don't see anybody. All right. Bring it back to council for comments and direction, council members.
I'll go, man.
This is a classic example of what we want to see happen with these old homes to be restored. And it's amazing that we've only have approved 2 in the past 3 years. So I will be supporting this applicant.
You will. Okay, is that a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve this Mills Act ask.
I'll second that.
Good. Any other discussion? I wanted to just say the same thing that Bobby just said. I think really pretty sure what this is about. If let's say the taxes, I mean, I can't imagine what the house is appraised at, but if let's say it's $2 million, then you get 40% of that, of the assessed value of that. It's not going to be a whole lot. So just a roof alone is going to be thousands and thousands of dollars. That rolled eve is very expensive. So I think it's a good project, I'm glad we concur. Karen?
Yes, I'll support it too, but I'm not sure that's exactly how it's figured out by the purchase price. I think there's a different method of figuring out the tax on them.
Assessed value is what it's priced
Yeah,
yes.
I think that we have a lot of education on our part to learn a little bit more about how that all works.
I look forward to getting educated.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, is there any other comments? Okay, no, we have a motion, don't we? We have a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, let's move on then to MA 22-214 Ludwig. Same situation, same request.
That's right. The Ludwig property is located at the southeast corner of San Antonio and 4th. It was designed and built in 1925 by master Carmel builder M.J. Murphy for the original owner, Frederick Tenwinkle, who operated a furniture and hardware store on Ocean Avenue. This is a Tudor-style cottage, significant for its architecture. The home is listed on the inventory, and it's also now listed on the Carmel Register. The maintenance plan that was prepared by Dr. Anthony Kirk outlines maintenance and rehabilitation that is more comprehensive than just routine maintenance. There are several items highlighted, including electrical, replacing knob and tube wiring, plumbing work, repairing the Carmel stone chimney, work on the exterior stone hardscape in the landscape, painting the exterior, foundation work, windows and doors, gutters, roofing, and then restoring some of those classic exterior features like window brackets, hardware on the door, etc. Staff has found that all of the proposed rehabilitation work would be compliant with the Secretary of the Interior standards, and that this work would not alter or diminish the historic resource, increase the floor area, or result in a second-story addition. And to this point about reducing the tax liability, staff did reach out to the assessor to try and obtain a preliminary figure of what it would be for these 3 properties, and we're told that due to the complex nature of the calculations, they couldn't provide us with preliminary estimates on these properties this evening. Staff does recommend for this property that the council adopt a Mills Act contract for this property at the southeast corner of San Antonio and 4th, also known as the Frederick Tenwinkle House.
Could you go back one slide?
Sure.
Slide pretty quickly. Okay. The same one.
Yep.
I think the staff reports actually had some more figures in them about what the taxes would be. And some
Your
of
staff
them
report
were-
does have numbers about the taxes, but we have not shared it in the public meeting in past meetings.
Got it. Thank you.
You happy to go?
Yep.
I will be supporting this.
Mills Act application.
Yeah. Is there a representative of the applicant present who
There
would like
is.
to speak?
Oh, sorry.
The
Right.
homeowner.
I'll be brief. Hi.
Oh, there you are. Okay,
I just figured I'd come over since
that's great. You've been sitting there the whole night. I've been trying to figure out who you were. The mask kind of couldn't figure it out. We
I
should have recognized you.
I've been at the house and I just came over about 15 minutes ago, but I just wanted to say thank you. And I specifically wanted to thank Catherine, Marnie, and Brandon at various points this process over the last year. They have been extremely helpful to us in navigating the complexity of the application process. I sat in this room with Brandon earlier this year to talk through a bunch of it with the historian as well. So I really appreciate that you all are considering this, and I'm very grateful. We're very excited about the home and about spending as much time here as we possibly can. But yeah, just wanted to mainly express appreciation to the staff for all their work on this. Yeah.
Are you Mr. Ludd?
Yes, I'm Mr. Levick.
Thank you for coming
Yeah,
this evening.
of course. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for the kind words. You can come anytime as long as you're that nice. My goodness. More of that motion in here. Yeah. I'll buy you a drink later. Oh, man. Okay, we've had
You
some
can put in
discussion
your
with the applicant.
application for some commissions.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Do we have a motion to approve?
We have a motion.
I'll move
Yeah.
approval. Second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Melva, could you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Polito?
Yes.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And our 16th and final act of the night is MA 22-254, Strom and Miller. Consideration of a recommendation from the HRB, same as the previous ones for Middle Act designation. Catherine?
Yes, so the Strawman Miller property is located on Monteverde Street, 2 northeast of 9th Avenue. It was designed and built by an unknown architect or builder circa 1906 for the original owner, Enoch A. Lewis. It's also significant for its architecture as one of the few homes from the very early 20th century that conveys a strong sense of time and place. The resource was added to the historic inventory back in 2005, and it was just added to the Carmel Register by the HRB on August 15th. A maintenance plan was compiled by architect Brian Congleton and the required maintenance,
and rehabilitation that he's proposing is more significant than just routine maintenance. Here are some of the project elements: replacing a deteriorated front stair, working on the side stair and landing, rehabilitating a rear detached studio shed, running electrical to the shed, working on the foundation of the shed, and then on the main house, door repair, window repair, patching and painting, roof repair and replacement. There are 2 brick chimneys, and then cleaning up the gutters and fixing a drainage problem on the side elevation. Staff has found these proposed elements to be performed in accordance with the Secretary's standards. They would not alter or diminish the resource, increase the floor area at all, and no second-story addition is proposed. Same as the past 2 applications, there will be a reduction in the tax liability, and those funds will be reallocated to the proposed rehabilitation projects. Same as before. And staff also recommends that the council adopts the Mills Act contract for this property at Monteverde, 2 northeast of 9th Avenue, also known as the Enoch A. Lewis House.
Any questions or comments? Okay, is there a representative of the applicant present?
Just one comment.
Sure.
These 3 projects are over $1 million of, renovations that are going to be done in our city. So that's.
I agree. Is there a representative of the Strom Miller Club here?
Yes.
I'm sorry, guys, I didn't see it. Yes, would you like to say something? Since we've owned the house we bought the house in 2015, and ever since then, we've had a steady stream of people who walk by the house or might recognize our names, because we've done some volunteering a little bit in town. And we've heard a lot of stories about the house. We met people that visited the house as children. One of the neighbors remembers making ice cream there. We met one of the principal person from the Golden Bough Theater told us a story about a cowboy poet who used to rent the house. We've met people that recognize us and just walk by and tell us what a beautiful house it is. And we feel very lucky that we were able to purchase it after many years of saving and visiting Carmel. And we see it as a city resource almost, in a way, which sounds a little presumptuous, but it's really just based on the fact that so many people seem to like and care about it. And we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it as a beautiful home for the community.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say we're there for the long term. We also want to cherish what's there and restore what needs loving preservation, subject to building codes and everything, of course. And we feel lucky to have it as sort of to pass from the last generation to the next in the best shape we can, both in terms of interior finishes as well as the exterior appearance of the property. And we feel very lucky to have an opportunity to enjoy it during the time that we're the custodians of it.
We're lucky to have people like you in the community. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Very well and said. Thank you, City Council and city staff, for helping us with this. It's been a fun and interesting process to learn about it. We appreciate your involvement. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from the council members? Okay, we might have an action before us. I think we might be able to move this for approval.
Bobby?
No, Carrie, it's all yours, Carrie.
All right, well, I move that we accept the recommendation of the HRB and approve the Mills Act property contract MA 22-254, Storm and Miller for the historic Enoch A. Lewis House.
Second. Any other discussion? Motion, a second. Nova, would you call a roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Councilmember Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Yeah, aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Alrighty, well done, council. Staff, much appreciated, honestly. Great. Thank
you.
You did a great job tonight. Catherine, first presentation, marvelous. Great veterans. You were incredible. Thinking that. Yeah. No, I've saved a lot of time. Chip turns it natters on a little bit. No, I'm kidding you. Honestly, no, great job, guys. Honestly.
Agenda.
Yeah. So any future agenda items? I would like to get some discussion out before we go any further with the process regarding these encroachments of the driveways, the garages, and the front yard setbacks. Using the come on Carpenter Street as a classic example. I really don't think we can wait around much longer for those to continue on. You can't even, you'll be halfway into the street before the front of your car's out. Crazy.
Maybe design traditions will.
Yeah, but it's gonna take too long, I think. I'd rather get that going up, they get improved as the process is going on.
Right, thanks for the snacks.
Thank you, guys, much appreciated, well done. Oh, that's it. I know it's on, it was on, I said, I could Chip about this, and Chip said, we'll get done with the design traditions, 4 hours in the farm since we started the process. So I think
You can just boom.
you can.
I don't remember which.